Okay, can you hear me from there? Okay. Philippe, very nice to meet you. I'm Laurel, I'm in charge of the communication at EUROCAE. Right now you are in a waiting room, but in 5 minutes you are going to join, okay?
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
There is no password. You should go directly to when you press, and you should go directly. One more, and it's on Safari.
Okay.
So you'll see the question directly coming in there.
Okay, so I see them then.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Okay.
Disconnected.
And I think. Oh yeah. Yeah. And the rest, everyone. Sorry, I think we can.
Okay, so here on the right you would be sending the questions, and here we see what.
Well, they will come directly. They will come directly, so you can see them.
Okay.
They should fill in. Okay. And the rest is the microphone, the 6 seats. Yes, you can see. On these two will stay up to you. Yeah. And the rest they will sit there. And I think the easiest maybe is you could control them the remote control. You put the remote for the slides for the idea, or you give the remote to the people. Up to you. But there is a remote, so just and I will. Yeah, and no, the first is the slide with the title, then the slide overview, and the slide with the names. That's where I hand it over to you. Okay. and then you get the names, and after that you get the slides, and the final one is the one with the picture from Paris and Rome. Remember the slide? And then after the next one is back to the slide with the names and the picture of all the panel. So you can keep this one if you want for a question and discussion. And the rest
Good morning. May I slowly ask you to take your seats, please? Good morning and welcome to the second day of the EUROCAE Symposium. I hope you did enjoy the dinner yesterday. It was not quite as cold in that room as it was in here, so I appreciate you dressing up a little bit and scarfing up, but we really apologize for the temperatures here. But welcome to the second day of the symposium. We have an exciting program again today, looking a little bit at UAS, IAM in the morning, then moving on to civil military, spectrum and artificial intelligence in the afternoon, so really hot topics of the day. Before going into the program, I would like to thank again all of our sponsors who make this possible. Safran and Thales, our gold sponsors, Airbus, Indra, and Kivan, our silver sponsors, Frequentis, Honeywell, Collins, and Skyguide, our bronze sponsors, and of course our partner, the European Commission. To ask your questions, please go to the Slido. The QR code is here on the screen, but you also have it on the little programs that you had in your bag. So please use that. All the moderators will be looking at that when they wrap up their panel sessions and ask the questions through there. The Wi-Fi is available for you to use. If you haven't been connected yet, the code is up here. Feel free to use that as you need. Before launching into the sessions of today, I would like to invite two distinguished keynote speakers to the stand today. From ICAO, we have Elkan Ahmadov, who is the Deputy Regional Director of the ICAO European and North Atlantic Office since 2018. He's been with ICAO since 2006 and will address us today on behalf of our long-standing partner, ICAO. Elkan, the floor is yours.
So good morning, dear colleagues. It's an honor and privilege for me to be here with you on this important day and in this iconic location. on behalf of ICAO addressing you here. So it's clear that in the last 60 years, EUROCAE, as one of the standard development organizations, has greatly contributed to the growth of aviation. With its technical expertise and resources, ICAO is an essential partner to ICAO work. EUROCAE, is essential partner to ICAO work as well. The safe, secure, efficient, and environmentally sustainable civil aviation depends on the aircraft and equipment being designed, manufactured, installed, and maintained to the highest standards. And that applies, of course, to conventional aviation and to the new entrants. And the ability of EUROCAE to bring industry perspective through its participation in ICAO panels and groups is instrumental to achieving these objectives. The whole civil aviation system is being continuously challenged by different issues. Some of those topics were discussed and will be discussed today during this symposium. One of the topics today, advanced air mobility, is an example of such a challenge that will lead to the emergence of future air services for the passengers and goods that are completely different from what we've been imagining just several years ago. This, of course, will require a common regulatory approach and also regional and global harmonization and interoperability. This global harmonization in AAM will drive clear benefits for both regulatory authorities, national authorities, and industry, where research and commercialization will be aided tremendously by aligned, stable, and clearly defined AAM performance requirements. And standard development organizations such as EUROCAE, through their support to global harmonization, by defining unified standardized approaches to complex aspects of the industry, they are creating through this work this common implementation approach. This new AAM ecosystem is an entirely new era in aviation, which is highly digitalized in many aspects, also autonomous, and also structurally it's different from the conventional hub air transport model. It's being more decentralized. And it also places higher demand on infrastructure such as vertiports, communication, navigation, surveillance, and traffic management services. The societal acceptance was mentioned yesterday. In any innovation, it is a fundamental prerequisite for the adoption and successful commercialization of new technology or capability. So technical standards provide the basis by which we achieve safety, security, and sustainability of this implementation, and that leads to the societal acceptance. Let me try to summarize a few priorities for ICAO for the coming years. And of course, this list will not be exhaustive. The ICAO Assembly, the 41st Assembly of ICAO that took place last year was mentioned already yesterday, where the long-term aspirational goal for environment was adopted. Very ambitious goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And it's forces us to find new solutions to trigger environmental improvements. We also have an obligation to bring unmanned aircraft, whether remotely piloted or fully automated or somewhere in between, and also aircraft that will operate in the higher airspace, new highly automated passenger and cargo aircraft into normal operations. So another priority for us in ICAO is development of standards and recommended practices for remotely piloted aircraft systems. This work mostly applies specifically to certified category of international unmanned operations, which is an important component for the overall evolution that will also lead us to advanced air mobility. In addition to some work that already completed on remote pilot licensing, on the C2 link and airworthiness, ICAO is now progressing and finalizing standards for ARPA's operations, air traffic management, detect and avoid, and aerodrome operations. More ARPA's provisions are forthcoming in the next few years, And this progress will also feed into the AAM ecosystem. Of course, we have to, in this context, we have to help national authorities and industry to design, develop and implement fit-for-purpose regulations for drone operations, which falls outside of the scope of current international instrument flight rules. Through collaborative work in ICAO, we have provided states with model UAS regulations, specific guidance material, and also ICAO UAS traffic management framework. We are complementing this with specific packages supporting implementation by states. AAM, of course, is another priority for us, and that was confirmed again by the 41st Assembly of ICAO last year, where states formally recognized that this very rapidly evolving area of civil aviation requires a dedicated ICAO expert group. Therefore, a new Advanced Air Mobility Study Group has been established, and its first meeting is actually on Monday, 1st of May in Montreal. And recognizing that some areas of standardization need immediate actions in this domain, one of the first tasks for this group will be to help us develop near-term guidance material based on the lessons learned and best practices from early AAM implementation. So recognizing that many of the technologies, new technologies and capabilities being realized through the AAM research and development will lead to crossover benefits also to the conventional aviation. And also recognizing that integration with traditional operations poses both known and unforeseen risks, it is paramount that through our collaborative work, ICAO and standard development organizations maintain a clear focus on ensuring the safety, security, and environmental sustainability for all operations. So on this note, I would like to conclude by congratulating EUROCAE with this anniversary, express appreciation on behalf of ICAO for all the work done so far. And I'm confident that there will be more anniversaries ahead. In 60 years from now, there will be other people standing here, but repeating the same words of appreciation for the work done by EUROCAE. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elkan. And from the international perspective, we go to the European perspective now, and we zoom over to Brussels, where Philip Cornelis is joining us. Philip unfortunately can't be with us today, but is ready on the WebEx, I understand. Good morning, Philip. You've been Director for Aviation at the DG Move since October 2017, and the strong partnership really that we have with the European Commission is one of the cornerstones of all of our work, so I'm very grateful that you're with us this morning. The floor is yours, Philip.
Dear President, dear Director General, dear Anna, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a real pleasure and an honor for me to address you today at this symposium to celebrate the 60th anniversary of EUROCAE. I can only regret that due to previous commitments I'm not with you in person in such a magnificent, even though I understand rather cold environment, surrounded by a true aviation spirit, and I'm sure there is a lot of warmth in the room among you. Nevertheless, virtual encounters have become more common and less exceptional, but still I regret to miss this direct interaction with you today. I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. We do gather every year to recognize the important role of standards in the development of aviation in Europe and globally. Standards play a major role in implementing innovative technologies, in defragmenting markets, and in helping industry in achieving economies of scale. Standardization is essential for European aviation's competitiveness in a global context too. We certainly agree on this. But today we're also meeting here to pay a tribute to EUROCAE's specific contribution to these efforts during these 60 years of common journey. A journey that EUROCAE has made alongside aviation industry partners. So it's also an opportunity to give praise to the community that has contributed so much with knowledge and with active participation in the standards development along those years. The European Commission, which strongly supports market uptake of innovation, has also played its role and will continue to do so, supporting standardization efforts in Europe that can be promoted on a worldwide level, fostering global competitiveness of the EU aviation ecosystem. And EUROCAE has become an essential partner in this endeavor. When looking back on 60 years of business, EUROCAE should also focus on its agility and on maintaining its focus for the future. So let me say a few words about the future priorities that we see. And this is what we can bring to you from the policy perspective at European level. First of all, last November, the Commission published a Drone Strategy 2.0 for a smart and sustainable unmanned aircraft ecosystem in Europe. Drone technologies and their use cases are developing rapidly, with new products coming to the market with increasing speed. And Europe is a leading player in this segment of aviation. To stay competitive, the European drone industry needs to be able to meet the fast-paced development and production cycles. Standardization and interoperability of the enabling technological building blocks are key enablers for faster product development. Later today, you will have the opportunity to reflect on this on the panel moderated by Volocopter. Drone operations and the use-based services to manage advanced air mobility will rely heavily on digital transactions. Therefore, aviation standards will incorporate more and more information and communication technology standards. This necessitates a closer collaboration between EUROCAE and other European standards developing organizations. For an efficient standardization coordination, the Commission established the European UAS Standards Coordination Group in the area of drones. That is a joint coordination and advisory group to coordinate the drone-related standardization activities across Europe. EUROCAE has, of course, been a core participant to this initiative from the outset and provides secretariat support to the group. The group has demonstrated its added value so far, and I'm sure will continue to do so in the future. It was created together with two other groups focused on ATM and cybersecurity respectively to cover all the key emerging technologies. One of the objectives pursued by the Drone Strategy 2.0 is the promotion and the application of common standards across the European civil, security and defense sectors. Its implementation should contribute to savings in cost and development times, to reducing risks, to increasing productivity, and to facilitating access to new markets. That's why the development of hybrid standards becomes important. In other words, standards that apply to civil, security, and defense drone technologies should be actively pursued in areas where technologies are the same and application areas are very similar, so that we can optimize our scarce resources and avoid duplication. To the extent possible, this should be coordinated within existing structures such as the EU SCG. You will also have opportunity to discuss this aspect and beyond drones in the panel moderated by the European Defence Agency later this morning. Secondly, when we launched the Single European Sky, our main objective was to develop a highly performing European ATM system that would allow for higher capacity, higher safety, while reducing costs and to a lesser extent having environmental impact. The focus was on increasing systems' ability to manage a larger volume of traditional air traffic. Today our focus has shifted towards making air transport more sustainable, greener if you wish, towards a neutral impact on the climate. And that requires the use of innovative technologies across the aviation industry, starting with the aircraft themselves, addressing the introduction of battery electric aircraft, the use of sustainable aviation fuels, for instance, but covering also airports and air traffic management that are the low-hanging fruits from a decarbonization perspective. As mentioned before, standardization will greatly facilitate the rollout of these technologies. You discussed it yesterday in the Zero Emissions Aviation panel, and I trust you achieved positive conclusions. This objective is fully in line with the Commission's vision for change within the European Green Deal and the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy. that places the digitalization and the decarbonization of transport at the very heart of the EU's aviation policy. Meanwhile, the adoption of the new EASA basic regulation in 2018 brought the repeal of the Single Sky Interoperability Regulation and brought new provisions to provide conformity of assessment of ground equipment under the EASA system. EASA presented yesterday the current proposal that is about to be adopted before the summer, we expect, and that will bring opportunities for the ground industry and the air traffic system as a whole. It will involve certification and declaration of certain equipment and will most certainly have to rely on industry standards, either developed by ICAO, EUROCAE or other standards development organizations. But again, success will only be possible if this framework is based on high quality standards that ensure and maintain a high level of safety, protection from cybersecurity threats, harmonized implementation and interoperability of the systems deployed in Europe and globally. Again, standardization is supporting regulation here in a most efficient and most useful manner. All this makes standardization playing a crucial role for aviation, and EUROCAE definitely is fit for this purpose. It has been so for 60 years, and it will do so for another 60, I'm sure. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, to conclude, I would like to reiterate the importance of keeping and I would say even increasing efforts within the aviation community to accelerate the development of standards for achieving the digitalization and the decarbonization objectives of our Green Deal and of our vision for a modern, harmonized, digital European sky. To be successful in world markets like aerospace, where Europe is still a leader, you need not only a supportive regulator, but also a large European single market with common standards. This objective requires the full engagement of the industry, of all of you. EUROCAE and its members should be proud of the contribution to modernizing and digitalizing aviation in Europe and globally, and should recognize the challenges ahead. I can only encourage you to continue and deepen your excellent work. I trust the Commission and EUROCAE and its members will maintain close partnership and excellent cooperation for the benefit of aviation in the future years. I do count on your support. I thank you for your kind attention and I wish you a very successful and rewarding symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip, for these kind words and for joining us from Brussels this morning. Without further ado, I'll turn it over to our first panel, which will look at some of the topics that Philip just mentioned and look at the implementation of safe and innovative air mobility. And I hand it over to Alain for that. Thank you.
Good morning all. So I'm Alain Vallée from EUROCAE TPM on this advanced air mobility or innovative air mobility, and I'd like to ask our panel on this advanced air mobility to come on the stage. It was indeed reminded by both ICAO and the Commission that one of the topic or the off topic of the day, and it's also coming very nicely in Paris because we have, I guess, the opportunity very soon next year to have the first implementation in Europe, not only in France, in Paris, but also in Italy, in Roma, and many more countries. So I'd like to hand over to Oliver. Oliver Reinhardt is our working group chair or co-chair, working group 112, the one on the VTOL. He has been working as a chief risk and certification officer at Volocopter for some years, working at working group 112 since the beginning when we started in 2019. It's already 4 years now and still some work to do. So have a good show, have a good time. Please, Oliver.
Thank you very much, Alain, for the introduction, and good morning. Yes, it's already 2019. It was when we started the working group 112, and I think we achieved quite a lot since then already, but there is still some more way to go. And what we will be looking at today is what happens when all of this becomes real. So up to this point in time, we have been developing the regulatory landscape of the innovative air mobility, but mostly based on the theory. And this is now rapidly changing. Reality kicks in as we speak right now. The first real IAM routes are nearing formal approval. The first eVTOL type certification is expected in little more than 1 year from now. So ground infrastructure is either newly created or integrated into existing airports just right now as we speak. And we are doing these real steps. We find out where all those challenges are really hidden. All those challenges that we missed so far when talking about theory. So to not miss now the historic opportunity of making IAM a reality, it's really important that all those stakeholders that play a key role in this effort are sitting together at one table and are directly addressing the issues as they come up. And I'm really proud that we have a good representation of exactly these stakeholders today here at the panel. So it's my great pleasure to host this session today, and together with me, we are having today here, starting with the ladies first, Maria Alga-Ruiz. You saw her yesterday already and was introduced there. For those who joined only today, Maria is with EASA since 2006 now, started in the rulemaking department and following some different positions within the agency. She's today here as an EASA drone program manager and senior air traffic management advisor, and is reporting directly to EASA's executive director. Then with us, we have Cassandra Chenier. With her dual master in aviation, Cassandra joined ADP working on various safety studies related to air operation at international aerodromes. And as an engineering and operations manager for Paris-Le Bourget and the general aviation airports of ADP, she's now immediately involved in the rollout of the vertiports on multiple locations operated by ADP across the full region of Paris. So then we have Thierry Alain. Thierry, following a short stint at Transport Canada, he spent his entire career at the DGAC in various positions. Amongst other duties, signing responsible for security and information system matters. And in 2021, he has been appointed to be the Innovation Program Manager at the Directorate of Civil Aviation Safety, DSAC, and as such is the focal point for the eVTOL rollout in France. Then we have Giancarlo Silvestri. Originally, he's an airline pilot, having some 7,000 hours on short and long-haul aircraft fleet. He has become then ARPA's policy specialist at the CAA UK before he moved to a UK-based innovation consultancy firm, and finally now joined Skyports, where he is now acting as regulatory affairs manager for Europe and Middle East, being busily and heavily involved in making vertiports a reality. And last but not least, right to my left, we have Marco Pellegrino. Pellegrini. No, sorry, I always mess it up. Sorry, like the water. I always try to remember, yeah. And he's following his roles as an airport operations manager and later general manager of the handling entity of the Turin airport. He's now acting as the head of airside operations at Aeroporti di Roma and is a senior advisor for regular affairs at UrbanV. So to set the scene into our discussion and exchange, our two international airport operators, Cassandra and Marco, will share with us their status and experience on the way to integrating innovative air mobility to the air traffic affecting the busiest international aircrafts that we are having today. So, yep.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you to everybody. And let me start with a small game. I can say I'm Marco Pellegrino. I'm just arrived in the Le Bourget vertiport with the Volocopter eVTOL because I arrived half an hour ago, because 1 hour ago I landed in Charles de Gaulle, and then I moved here with the Volocity. And then, because yesterday I was arrived with the flight from Milan, where there was an ACI TOSC meeting, and I wanted to miss this opportunity. Of course, at the moment it sounds a little bit strange, but if we think that might be in 2 years, considering that usually the EUROCAE Symposium is on May, we can probably hear these words in this EUROCAE Symposium. So, of course, we are rushing in the last part of our trip because a lot of things are still to do, and thanks to all these stakeholders, these things are coming back to be reality. And of course, it's only the beginning because there is a long journey still to achieve this, the full integration of innovative air mobility to the normal operations. Now we want to share with Cassandra some how real is this path, how real is that moment in which we really can hear this word in the EUROCAE Symposium. Start with the Rome experience. I talk with the Urban V because the approach we have in Rome is to create a company done by airports to create this innovative air mobility, integrate it as much as possible with the airport operations, to bring also our experience, to bring also our contact in terms of stakeholder with the regulatory framework and the local connection. So our mission is to design and manage vertiport networks, create vertiport, project vertiport, make a procedure, support our partners like Volocopter, and to bring this technology in the main city that, in our opinion, of course, have a big market for this kind of business, like Rome. There is also Venice, Nice, l'Aeroport della Costa Azur, and Bologna. Of course, we will start from Rome. This is the roadmap that we are going to develop. We started in 2019 with our Civil Aviation Authority for the study in Italy. Already in 2021 there was the first static display of the Volocity mock-up. Then in 2022 we created the vertiport prototype nearby, inside the airport, and then of Fiumicino, and then we did the first demonstration flight in October. Next steps in 2023 to do the design. The 2024 will see the first business trip connection with the creation, of course, the first two vertiport in the end of 2024. After the experience of Paris, and to prepare ourselves also for the 2025, in which in Rome there is the Jubilee organized by the Vatican, but the connection, the city center, is thought to be a good support for this event as well. Of course, the idea is to scale this first two-point network to a real network in 2026-2030. Just to provide you more detail, I try to, okay. So the first idea is to connect the airport to the city center, considering the capacity of the range of the Volocity. And as you see, there are already some ideas of new vertiport for the network, but for the first step, we will connect the vertiport in a position that will minimize the interaction with the complex airport like Fiumicino, but to connect already to the really city center in an area that for the people familiar with the Rome is quite nearby the Vatican. Okay, I pass the floor to Cassandra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. Can I? Yes, thank you. So to continue on, I will share what our experience in Paris is on vertiport and on VTOLs. So I work for Group ADP, and we are currently working with several stakeholders, such as Volocopter and Skyport, but also with the Paris area and our regulators, such as EASA and DGAC. Similar to Marco, I will also share in our roadmap. So the first trials in Paris have been conducted in 2021 with the sandbox in Pontoise. So we created VTOL and vertiport in Pontoise to conduct real tests with modular vertiport and also a full FATO, which is you can see on the slide. Now our next goals and main objectives as of today is 2024 with Paris Olympic Games. So we want to demonstrate the capabilities of VTOL and vertiport, and we want to do a showcase with commercial operation in 2024. So we are fully working on it because we have only 1 year remaining. So it's kind of a lot of work as of today. And finally, our final goal is 2028, maybe 2030, with the scale-up and full commercial operations in Paris and hopefully around Europe and around the world. So my next slide is to share with you our 6 steps regarding vertiport and vectors to fully integrate those vectors in our airspace and to make it a reality by 2024. So first of all, we have an agnostic approach. We work with a lot of constructors, with a lot of regulators. Our main goal is to have partnerships with everyone and to create an infrastructure which can be used by everyone and be designed to meet the needs of all vectors. Then, as I was telling just earlier, we are working with ESA and DGAC because we have a unique challenge, a unique luck as of today is to co-construct the regulation. So the regulation is being written as the technology is created. So it's quite unique and it's a real challenge as of today. It's quite different as what we used to know as an operator in airports. We also have some challenges with how to make vectors acceptable for our local communities. We need to present this new way of transportation because our local communities are quite concerned with development on airports, as you may know. So we are trying to conduct those tests, including noise tests of vector approach and vector operation, and to explain to our local communities what is this new way of transportation and how it will impact them. Vectors for local communities and for a lot of people are known as a way of transportation, but for passengers. So we're trying to develop other use cases, such as medical and emergency use cases. So Paris Airport is working with Paris Hospital to develop a partnership and to use vehicles for emergency evacuations or other medical needs. We are also thinking of the last kilometers deliveries. Vehicles can be used in such a ways. So we are trying to think out of the transportation model box and also to develop other uses of the vehicle. Then, as I mentioned earlier, we are conducting right now and also until 2024 new tests in Pontoise. So we are conducting vehicle test, infrastructure test with the skyport building and vertiport building, and we are also experimenting airspace integration with the VTOL and air traffic because it's new and we need to test before developing our commercial flights. And finally, our last tiles and our last step is to plan the network. So I will quickly go to my next slide, which is our network for 2024. So for 2024 Olympic Games, we are trying to look into some commercial lines. So some of these routes might be changed and some others might be added as of today. So what is our goal is to provide transportation between our main airports, so Le Bourget and CDG, as Marco mentioned earlier, but also to link our airports to the city. So we will have a line between our heliport or between our airport to the main city center, and also to gain experience with Olympic Games sport and location to allow people to go to the new to the different sport from the main city center. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this introduction. So as you can see, it's getting real now. So let me start off with a question to you, Thierry. As you're representing the national authority of this European country where the first commercial operation for eVTOL aircraft is planned, what is the role of your authority when the companies such as Volocopter, such as ADP are coming to you and saying, hey, we want to fly now in the city commercially?
Yes, thank you. I think as an authority, the first thing we have to do is to assess the project and to see if it's in the interest, I would say, of the public and of the globally civil aviation community. Our assessment on this subject was that it was the case for both subjects. For the Civil Aviation Authority, we know that eVTOL is coming at one moment. And of course, it was very interesting to try to experiment on that. It would be the first, I would say, commercial operation in the world, what I know. So it was interesting to see and to begin with, because we will learn a lot from this experimentation. So for everybody, I would think it's very interesting. For the public, it's also very interesting to experiment, because people will see really what it is to have eVTOLs, and they will see what it is. If there is concerns like noise, of course, and other concerns that I think Maria will maybe talk about afterwards, and there are a lot of concerns. So we have to really show what it will be, and in that case, we thought it was very interesting. The other part, of course, is to allow this experimentation to be done in a safe and secure way. And this is our main role, I would say. Once we have decided that it was interesting, is to be able to be like a way to be sure that the project owner, ADP and Volocopter, will have the good interlocutor. I'm not too sure if it's the right term in English, but they will have the right person that will be there to answer, and so we are here to help them and to have the right person in front of them to advance in the project, and that we are trying to do, because you have a lot of people concerned with this project. From, for example, from a security point of view, you have different actors, which are local actors, national actors in security, in France at least, and I think in any country it's like that also. So we are there to help them with these actors and to make them in contact and to do some kind of liaison between all of these actors. And I think it's important, because if we are not here to help them in this, the project will go slower. And we were aware that in 2024 there were, except this experimentation, there was some kind of big sportive events at the same time. So we have to help them to try to be compatible with the schedules they had in mind. So this is mainly the thing, and of course we are here to help them and to give them the best way to have to be sure that everything will be done safely. That would be, I think, my main roles.
Okay, thank you very much for these insights. And yes, I think there was a lot of truth in what you said. Especially what I liked is also this. Yeah, we need to start to get going and then take our lessons learned from there, so that then we can take the next steps. That maybe brings me to my next question to you, Giancarlo. I mean, Skyports has already built a test vertiport in support of Pontoise, and we saw it on the slide from Cassandra, also in the background of the picture. So yes, as a vertiport operator, you are making your lessons learned in this case as well. What do you see? What are the developments that you need in order to provide a fully performant vertiport infrastructure?
Right, thank you for the question. Good morning, everyone. I would say first that regulatory-wise, Skyports, we have a global presence, so we have to deal with different authorities all the time. We have some countries that are a little bit lagging, and then we have authorities and agencies that have been involved in this regulation drafting, like EASA already for a lot of years, which is makes our life so much easier. And then recently, the United Arab Emirates has published the first rule of regulations in the world, actually, which is commendable to them, that will bring for us the opportunity to start building our vertiport network in the UAE in a way that we can plan, not only plan, but be able to expect and know what we're doing. I think in general businesses will go and provide their business opportunities where we have regulatory certainty and where we have predictability as well. So I think that's the first point. The second point is something that is sometimes overlooked, and I see it in the UK, and I'm sure it's the same everywhere. It's not only about drafting regulations at aviation level, but as well at local level. So in the UK, we see, for instance, we are trying to get the definitions of vertiports and advanced air mobility and what we need as infrastructure to local authorities. In the UK, it's called the local council. So let's say tomorrow I want to go and apply for a license to build a vertiport, let's say in Brighton or Cambridge. Well, they're going to tell me, so how do I eat that? So it's important as well for local authorities and for the likes of the Department for Transport and cross-government organizations at national level to start putting this message of what is advanced air mobility and what is vertiports into their national framework, and then we can start building. Those are kind of like the first challenges I can tell. First of all, Skyport is agnostic, so we have to deal with different regulatory frameworks at different speeds, and sometimes, as we all know, technology goes faster than regulation. So that's a bit of as well the work we do here at EUROCAE, which is actually commendable. The technical standards that we're drafting. In my case, I chaired the subgroup 5, and we can discuss a bit later about the management of fire in lithium-ion batteries. This is work that we need to do, and authorities are reaching us to provide some standards on these hot topics like fire. So that's the aim, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Giancarlo. Yeah, and indeed I can second there are a number of things where we definitely can invest some more work. And it's connecting to what was discussed also yesterday. I mean, here we have a nice example. We are preparing the standards before we go live with the systems, before we gain the experience, which also, I can say that also from the work in the working group 112, is at times a challenge for the experts to come to the point of saying, okay, there is something we can agree to as a standard, even if we do not know yet if really this will hold up in the end, or if we have to revise it shortly afterwards. But that's part of the game if we want to be the motor of really pushing this innovation forward. And I think in Working Group 112 we are showing that this is possible, even if there is still clearly room for further improvement. Okay, so looking at EASA, Maria, a question to you then. When looking at the full industry, I mean, everybody is promising a lot, of course, and there is a great outlook and great plans for a significant growth for this innovative air mobility in all its varieties in a very short time. So that means these vehicles will operate at low altitudes. They will interfere with legacy aviation. It's commercial aviation, it's the airlines, but it's also the general aviation. And we are introducing at the same time also high levels of automation to the full systems. What do you think from a regulator's point of view and from observing the systems there, looking at all these traffic management elements, ATM, UTM, airspace structures? Do the current systems allow for an easy integration and planned growth, or is there something that we need to prepare and do also from the regulator side?
Thank you very much, Olivier, and good morning, everybody. And great pleasure to be in this very interesting panel discussions. So today, for the initial operations, I do believe, and Thierry has explained, with the current regulatory framework, I do believe that it's possible to start the initial operations, which means low capacity, low complexity, one at a time, VFR, day only, good weather. Yes, that will work. But of course, that will not allow any business, and in order to get the return for investment, and in order to get this innovative air mobility, as we name it in Europe, move and scaling up. You need to really integrate and develop new regulations, procedures, aerospace designs, and many other things in order to obtain the relevant authorizations with local and many other things. So for the initial operations, one can say that we can start working under the present regulatory framework. Perhaps we need a few waivers of the regulation, but if we are about to scale up this type of operations, we need to think in the how to integrate this operational concept, these low-level flights with endurance will come better with the time, but at the moment we are dealing with shorter endurance that a typical general aviation, but they are sharing the same aerospace. So we need to be able to work out this operational concept, integrate in the overall traffic management framework. And even if we have a pilot at the beginning, obviously this is not what the industry is aiming in the long term. So we also need to think, what if we take the pilot out? At what point this is feasible, and what sort of technology and infrastructure do we need to support this type of operations? I mean, we're talking about vertiports at the moment. The takeoff and landing is going to be in B and C, but if we are about to do automated takeoff and landing, we will need to have this infrastructure, we need to have the relevant procedures. So to make the history short, so for the initial operations that we aim to demonstrate the technology and to get public acceptance and also to get experience. Yes, we can work out. I think Thierry can go into what we have today in the European regulation, in the national regulation, and work out an operational authorizations that will support the initial operations as well as ENAC in Italy. But we need to work very quickly out how to scale it up. Yeah.
Okay, and maybe connecting to this, we need to work it out. What's your gut feeling? How much of this can we do by working on industry standards? How much do we need to really rely then on regulations work, European legislation acts, and modifying these elements? So how much can we deal with on a kind of a fast track, and where do we need to rely on politics?
So we need the standards here, as you said, and the regulations. So we are developing also regulations, even though we don't have experience either. So it's also, we make a lot of assumptions in the regulatory concept paper. We make a lot of assumptions on how the vehicles and the operations will look like, though we don't know, because these operations never took place. As in everything in aviation, and it's the history of aviation, so we will start. Unfortunately, things may happen, hopefully no catastrophe, but may happen, and then we will learn. And what we try to do, because we have now a lot of experience, is obviously this predictive approach, in which we try to predict things in an overall accident layer. So we try to predict things and put mitigation means in the regulation, and you do the same in the standards. How much of this we need to do? We obviously, for the scaling up, and again, we are going increasing traffic complexity, increasing, going from BFR, BLC to IMC, IFR. So we need to start thinking again on the supporting infrastructure in terms of technology that will support these operations. We need to get more experience on the performance requirements, and to try to see how we work out the existing rules, which are based on a standards aircraft type. So you have like the minimum for BFR and the cloud base for BNC and INC. So this is based on aircraft which fly in a way with certain minimal speed. So we need to materialize this type of operations, but for the type of VTOL aircraft. We will need to make the exercise, even if we will get very little experience. So I think from my proposal really will be from this type of demonstration to get as much data as possible and to try to work out the standards and the regulations and how it will evolve based on the data we get from these early demonstrations before we scale up.
Okay, thank you for that. So, yeah, sounds a lot like the classical crawl, walk, run approach that we need to take in that. And I mean, we are working on that approach now since a few years pretty actively in the interaction. And it sounds like we need to keep up that pace and that very close collaboration to really make this then fully a success and towards a breakthrough. Then one question to the both of you, Marco and Cassandra. I mean, both of you are running highly busy international and general aviation airports. So now explicitly looking at the integration of this new mode of transportation into the international airport operations. What is it that you still need to make this work, to make this happen? And where could EUROCAE help by providing meaningful standardization? Where do we possibly still have some gaps that could support you?
Of course, airport like Fiumicino and Hub, in which we have 3 runways and you try to optimize the operations, it's challenging to think and to plan to have eVTOL integrating with this complex scenario. From our experience, to have a sandbox and work together with our regulatory stakeholders, ENAC, our NSP, also the industry, because the sandbox is being done together with Leonardo, and then share this information with the ASA. It's really a big learning about how difficult it can be and how many solutions you can apply, maybe applying a maximum, this step-by-step approach. And for sure, what we want to achieve is a seamless interaction with our capacity as an airport. And to do this, we should take care about the workload that on the 80Z there is with the control tower, in my opinion. And then considering that we will start with VFR flights, we should really try to find with the industry, with the standardization, a common approach to make these standard operations. I mean, we will have a route, we will have or at least an idea what will be the destination, the kind of operations, the flight plan. To do this in a way that the controller in the tower must be considered this like something that is going by himself. This is the most challenging thing, because eVTOL, from our experience, at least on the ground, is not a drone, is not an helicopter, is not a flight, and has so many particular characteristics that must be handled specifically. And really, the big effort that we did in October when we tested an eVTOL flight together with the drone, with the part of the airport running, was really challenging. But at the end, it was really, we did in a fully awareness of safety, but still learning a lot in that months just to prepare that element. And that was also quite good also for the public acceptance. To do a step like this and to show that it was possible with this high range of control was also for us a proof that it was possible.
So just to add a little elements, but I share a lot with Marco's opinion. I think that what we need to make the integration of VTOL as seamless as possible with our airports and all our airport operation. First is the ATC integration. It needs to be as seamless as possible. We don't want to add works to our ATC controllers, and also we want this to integrate within traffic, classic legacy traffic, without too much troubles and without too much difficulties. Today, as Maria told earlier, we have a lot of concerns, not concern, but I mean that the energy levels on our current vectors are limited, so it's kind of a constraint we need to take into account for our test and also for the showcases we are planning in 2024. So maybe the integration is not as seamless as we want, but we are working on it. The industry is working on it, and we need to make sure that the energy levels, the batteries, and also the integration, the system which will allow to follow the vectors will be there as seamless as possible for ATC. And another point is maybe as an operator, an airport operator, and thinking about ground operation. As of today, we are designing our infrastructures for the vectors we know, but also we need to think about maybe the ground operation around the vectors. Maybe we are talking about, I don't know, fast track charging for the batteries swapping, but we need something that will be standard for all our vectors, because we won't be able to have different batteries for different vectors on the same infrastructure. So maybe it's thinking a little bit long term, but this is something we need to think about now, because in some years we won't be able to work with different outlets, different batteries, and different vectors with each their own specifications.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, just connecting to the last item that you mentioned on standardization for the way how we are charging. I remember back when we kicked off the working group 112, we exactly had this element on our working list. At that point, unfortunately, we didn't come to that point that we could agree upon standardizing something. And to my understanding, one of the key factors was that all the development projects were still at the very early stages and still unsure in which direction they really finally will go. But maybe that's indeed now a good point in time to try to pick that up once more, now that many of the projects are getting more mature and we have more and more understanding and experience on where it is going. And also looking in your direction, then also from the vertiport side, I mean, you need to provide something. And what is it that you provide in order to keep it open to all the different players that are going into that? I was just looking here at the Slido, and actually first questions are coming in. Thank you for that. And I see two that are connecting to what we were just discussing. Maybe first in the direction of Rome, Marco. For the Roma concept, I noticed that the vertiport at Fiumicino is airside. How do you cater for the security screening? Will it be done at the remote vertiport?
This is a solution that we were thinking because from one side is the best way, considering that we wanted to shift the vertiport not really nearby the terminal to solve at this first step the problems of interaction with the runway. We are thinking to bring on the east side of the airport and to maintain a short connection of the passenger to the terminal. We are thinking to do on the air side. And the idea is to provide the check at the airport. There are some other solutions in some other airports in which you have a kind of enclave of landside in airside. And then you land probably in a place in which then you perform the control in that place. This one could be quite easier, probably considering the amount of security or resources that you have on the airport. But of course it's something that we should think, and we are working also with our internal ministry to try to understand what is the best scenario. There are similar things that are in security different cases, like heliport or things like this, or that probably can be applied with, of course, a specific security study, like a risk assessment.
Okay. Maybe also looking at you, Giancarlo, looking at vertiports in all kind of different locations. What do you have in mind in that respect?
Well, our experience is a bit different. Like in Pontoise, for instance, with our friends from ADP, we have to adjust to whatever is the national legislation. In our case, we will do probably a screening within the vertiport, even though the vertiport is airside within Pontoise Aerodrome. But this will depend. For instance, in the UK, you can fly from Farnborough to one of the 3 New York airports with no security check whatsoever. So it just depends. You can take your Gulfstream beautiful airplane to fly across the Atlantic with no security screening. So it just depends. Personally, my taste, a very light security check is enough. There shouldn't be any mystery around it. So that's it.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, also from our side, as later on then operating the aircraft, I think that is one of the tricks and the challenges, that we have to find the right balance, that for the user essentially it feels like going into a taxi. But still we are providing the required level of security and safety then for the operation to really find that sweet spot. And I think
appreciating this is a new way of transportation, so we need to buy public acceptance, and maybe that comes with a cost of security being enhanced at the first stage. Exactly.
Okay. And then the second question I see here, which goes into what we are just discussing of keeping the workload away from the traffic controllers. Here the question goes, who will play the role of the USSP or ATC AIS provider for Roma and Paris operations? Is the expected level of service ATC AIS defined yet?
Should I start? Okay. There is a big collaboration with ENAV, that is our NSP's provider, and in Italy ENAV is also part, together with Leonardo, that is one of the other partners of the flight. And considering that it is VFR, we are working with them to understand again, to reduce as much as possible the workload for the airspace controller. Consider that in Rome there is a specific condition which already the airspace, of course, between the point A and the point B of our future network have 3 different probably ways in which the airspace for VFR are handled. No? At the moment we are trying to concentrate and try to find a way that will probably consider that area like an area which to reduce as much as possible the interaction with the control tower, but probably the UTM could probably provide just some services that we are trying to study. At the moment the UTM is not necessary in our point of view, because the pilot is inside the aircraft, and then we are more trying to find a way to reduce the interaction with the ACC that outside the ATZ, and as I said before, with the controller of the tower. Maybe for sure in case of emergency, something like this must be scaled up with them, but the big effort is to try to avoid as much as possible, especially with the low traffic, as we said, as Maria said before, is a first step. So we will start with the low movements, and then probably this will help also to try step by step to find the right balance for this.
To add a little bit, and maybe thinking about our 2024 showcase and the current limitation we have on VTOL, same as Roma, we want to make the integration of VTOL as seamless as possible for our ATC, but without adding, I don't know, like workloads. It's kind of difficult with the current limitation, because as we said earlier, we have some limitation of energy, so priority needs to be given to the VTOL. So it means for ATC to consider the VTOLs differently from legacy aircraft, differently from VFR aircraft. So maybe we work a lot with our NSP to try to find the best solution for them and to find the routes, to find the way to integrate our vehicles within the traffic without as much trouble for them. But I think, as Thierry said earlier, we will learn from what we are doing now. We will learn from what we will do in 2024, and from that we will adapt and try to make it the easiest for the ETC.
Okay, thank you. Then, yeah, more and more questions are coming in. I need to pick a little bit, so otherwise we will run horribly out of time. Maybe just, one provocative question that actually came in, which is saying, okay, advanced air mobility will come, but what will it solve? What is the typical use case we cannot solve with the existing means? Putting it open to the round.
Well, it is provocative, yes, but advanced air mobility is a beautiful thing. I've seen advanced air mobility since years ago. When I was at the UKCA, we had the first, it was kind of on diapers. And I think that the way that it's moved forward, collaborating in industry, even sometimes between competitors, it's amazing. I think that, very few examples we can talk around, if specific in the aviation industry, about this kind of collaboration between companies, airport groups, even government, which is so difficult sometimes to deal with government. But on the positive note, we have the opportunity to operate an aircraft that will bring distances, so close together. Like, I landed in Charles de Gaulle 2 days ago, and it took me 1 hour and 10 minutes to reach Porte de Versailles in the center of Paris. How beautiful it would be to take a volocopter and arrive there in 10 minutes, 12 minutes, and get to bed early and fresh. So clean as well. This is electrical technology and the batteries, and why not? I think it's amazing. We have a beautiful opportunity here to shape the future of advanced mobility. Also, in a country like the UK, where we have so many islands and we have so many remote locations, especially after COVID, we've seen the cases of, cargo as well, how much we can do to provide, cargo and movement of passengers to remote locations that can take hours or days to arrive. I think it's a beautiful thing. That's my answer.
Maybe to complete a little bit on in Paris, like Group IDP, we want to think a little bit also out of the transportation, like passenger transportation box. We are currently working with a Paris hospital, and maybe the VTOL can be used and might be a powerful tool for medical uses. For example, organ transportation to hospital, directly to our hospital inside Paris, maybe for doctor's transportation, and maybe even for emergency. We can just drop the doctor directly on the accident, or I don't know, the location of an emergency. We might also think and ask, why is it different from helicopters? Because helicopters also allows this kind of step. So the difference is like maybe also not maybe, but helicopters, we need fuel, and to find location to provide fuel for helicopters, it's not everywhere. While for VTOLs, you can find charging places. It might be easier to install a charging places within an hospital than a fuel dispenser. So I think a lot of different uses for the VTOL will be found, and we need to work on it.
Yes, I add also two things that for me is really exciting. We are, of course, studying the situation in Venice. Venice is an archipelago of small islands with different municipalities connected by the boats, and have urban air mobility there will change completely the life of that person in terms of people moving, but also goods and medicine, whatever. Something also really important in the future of our airport transportation At the moment, for hub like Rome, we have a flight for the international connection that arrive from Naples, from France, Florence, but also we have a cruise that arrive in Civitavecchia. All this area is 100 kilometers, maybe less from Rome. At the moment, it's done by plane, just to bring business people to take an intercontinental flight to New York. Of course, there is the train as well, but probably in Italy, not always all these destinations are precisely connected with Fiumicino. So, in my opinion, considering the sensitive from the passengers to reduce the CO2 emission, the advanced air mobility, especially a regional one, will be powerful from this point of view, really powerful. And they will probably help us to avoid, to reduce, to face some situation like in France, in which if you can reach the airport, the destination into what is 100, 200 kilometers, you are obliged to take the train. So these are really things that in practice will help us to improve our business.
Okay, thank you for these insights. And I think it's just the same like when these things came up. I grew up knowing that something like a mobile phone is something that you can use to do telephone calls. In the meantime, some people don't even remember that it's able to use it for that. So as a provocative answer also there, well, why are we doing it? Because we can. And probably you will see once we start to use it where really the potentials and the performances is in and where we go to. One question to you, Maria and Thierry. I mean, we have now Europe is spearheading with a consistent and comprehensive regulatory framework for innovative air mobility. And the member states and all in front there, France is implementing these into the national regulations, national implementations. So we see other regions in the world are partially using different approaches. How can we deal with that? What kind of lessons learned here from the EU, from the member states, from France, from Italy can be transformed to this global rollout? And how are we dealing with this? How are we handling this? How can standards help on that? What's your view on that?
I can start, and perhaps Thierry, you can complement because you are member of the study group. So how we deal with that? So in Europe, we have decided to deal with innovative air mobility, advanced air mobility, by creating a set of new regulations complementing the existing ones, but not starting from the existing ones. So we have decided to go for a new set of regulations, also for a new categorization of aircraft, which obviously that itself lead to a new approach for pilot licensing, a new approach for aircraft operations, and with the time comes also a new approach for traffic management within the existing limits of ICAO, obviously. We believe this is necessary because this innovative aircraft, as we at the moment see, will behave in a different manner. So we found very quickly that it was very difficult to adapt them within the existing framework. Also the business cases that you have all said, so there will be new business cases of bringing. You use it today with helicopters, but you will be going lower, you will be go closer to the public, you will go in more congested environment. So the use cases will be different, and we are not used to. Therefore, we have decided to start a new set of things. That's have obviously the opportunity that you can think out of the box, the challenges that we need to make a lot of assumptions, and we need then to correlate the assumptions with the service experience. Our let's say, proposals and our suggestions and we try to engage with all authorities elsewhere in the globe, and now we are participating in the ICAO Advanced Mobility Study Group, where Thierry is member of and Alain is member of, so we have a very good representation from Europe, is to try to influence and to try to make this approach also to go into the ICAO framework, that we can all benefit worldwide from the experience that we are having here in Europe and from the approach. Obviously that will require compromises and that will require discussions with other colleagues like from the FAA and from Singapore, Japan, which are also advancing, UK, which are also advancing in the area, and we need to work out what is the best. Our suggestion really is to be open-minded and to try to don't fix these vehicles in 16 boxes unless we find then that it is really within those boxes. And to try to see maybe, because the business cases, the use cases, the operations will be in a different way, to try to see how we regulate this in the best way possible. That will be my take here. I don't know, Thierry, you want to say something else also from the scene?
Not so much on this subject. I think you explained everything very well. I think in France we have a very pragmatical way to do things. We will try to do them as we can do them now in 2024. We know that it's quite not maybe what will be in the future, so we will try small, like you said, VFR, when good weather conditions, and this is the way we will do it, and we'll try to experiment from that. And I'm an innovation program manager, and it's really innovation like that. Innovation is often you begin small, you learn from that, and then you can go on. And this is really what we will do. And from the international point of view, I will participate to ensure that our experience, what we have learned from that, it will be taken into account in this new guidance material, and maybe regulation SOPs.
I just want to say, because obviously we are in the EUROCAE Symposium, and the role of standards play a key role also to harmonize internationally, and during the development of the guidance first, and with the view obviously to make the way through the SARPs. We hope that the standards being developed by Working Group 112 made the way also there. Obviously we will push for.
Okay, no, thank you. So maybe really then also the ICAO study group, and it's good to hear that we have a good representation there, is then also a good vehicle and good platform to share the experiences that we are doing here. Okay, so looking at the time, I already get the strategic signal. We are extremely short on time, but I would like to use the very last opportunity, and in a really short and sharp sentence for each one of you, to give just one statement. If you had one wish free for a technology, system or regulation to be in place to ensure the smooth AAM integration, what would be it? In a very crisp statement. We have 2 minutes left.
Okay, so 2 wishes. First, another 60 years for EUROCAE. And the second wish, from my time from the CA, looking with UAS and now in advanced air mobility, conspicuity. It will make our life so much easier for our drone services and advanced air mobility for VTOLs. Everyone, let's be conspicuous in the future, including class golf, balloons, gliders, general aviation. I know a lot of people won't like this, but I think that's the way out to operate safely in a very congested airspace. Thank you.
I would say, from the technical point of view, I would think one of the major subjects will be the integration of vertiport in the city. It's really a big challenge, and at least I think in every crowded city it will be very difficult to do that, so it's really a very tricky subject. The other one is maybe the integration of the local authority. It's something that it will be new for this kind of thing, because aviation is national, eventually regional, but not less international, of course. And here, this is for the first time when you have really the local authorities that has to decide something about the mobility of the people, and how to mix aviation and local authorities, something very new. So we have to find a way, and I know it's in the regulation. I think we have to find a way, but it's new, so it will be some kind of challenge, I would say.
Fully agree with all what has been said, and I would like to say perhaps, as you said, collaboration, cooperation, and understanding of each other's intentions. That is, I think, the key to make this a success. And conspicuity, there is a panel just upcoming as how it is, as military, as necessary, as civil as possible. Obviously, conspicuity for the military and security praise is a bit of a problem. So I would say collaboration, cooperation, and understanding of each other's intentions is the best way to succeed.
As an airport operator, I think my wish and our wish is for more capable batteries, like more energy levels, because it will make things so much easier to integrate our vectors within our infrastructures, with like some more capabilities for overweighing, for using the infrastructure and integrate within traffic ground movements. It would make things so much easier as of now.
Okay, I agree all the other wishes, and then I just add two things that probably we have not touched a lot, but in my opinion it's important, and the standardization will be really useful. Rescue firefightings, I know that you are working, you mentioned it is quite important. In my opinion, considering that is more delocalized, it's important to understand really how to integrate the rescue firefighting of the city, the municipality, because also in terms of business plan, in terms of, it's quite important to maintain it also simple but efficient and really integrated with the local authorities, and also to make easier the fact that these aircraft are flying in a very low altitude, and then also to identify the vertipad for the direction, and then the system that we should be applied is quite important also for the escalation of these infrastructures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So with this, we're coming to the end of this panel. Thank you very much for being here with me today. It was my great pleasure, and I think we could go on for much more time, but yes, we need to clean the space now also for the next panels. Thank you very much for being here. It was my great pleasure, and enjoy the rest of the symposium.
Thank you very much, Oliver, and to all the panelists for this very insightful discussion. Really looking forward to see what happens next year here in Paris with the route Cassandra has shown on one of her slides. We should see the first volocopters flying by our office, so we can wave to them, and that will be quite exciting. Also very proud to be a member of the IAM study group, so that we can really bring also the results and the experience from Working Group 112 to that level. Before we move into the coffee break, I would like to introduce. Voila, it's done. They can't fall any further. I would like to introduce a short video, a short message from one of our partner organizations, the Korean Institute for Aviation Safety Technology, which also contributes really to this international outreach. And this was really brought and initiated through the Working Group 112 link. So we signed an MOU with KIAST last year, and we have a short address from their Director General today to the symposium.
Dear distinguished members of EUROCAE, it is my great pleasure to extend my warmest congratulations to the EUROCAE on the occasions of your 60th anniversary. This milestone is a testament to the incredible achievements by EUROCAE over the past 6 decades. EUROCAE has played a vital role in shaping the civil aviation by developing and implementing technical standards for the industry, not just in Europe, but around the world. Your commitment to safety, innovation, and collaboration has been essential in advancing aviation technology and ensuring the highest level of safety for passengers and crews. Nowadays, the aviation industry faces unprecedented challenges, including the rise of new technologies and the impact of climate change. EUROCAE will undoubtedly play a critical role in navigating these challenges and shaping the future of aviation. As we celebrate this milestone anniversary, I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the collaboration between the CAST and EUROCAE. The CAST, who is also celebrating the 10th anniversary this year, will continue to work with the EUROCAE based on the Memorandum of Cooperation signed last year to develop and implement latest safety technologies, standards, and best practices. Once again, I offer my heartfelt congratulations to the EUROCAE on this memorable anniversary. We wish you continued success in your important mission for many years to come and look forward to the long and fruitful collaboration between our organizations. Thank you.
And thank you very much to KIAST. We for sure look forward to continuing the collaboration with them. I now invite you to our next coffee break, as yesterday the coffee is served upstairs. And I would like to invite you to be back here in the room for the next session on civil-military cooperation at 11:10, please. Enjoy the coffee.
Coffee break. We are here for the coffee break.
This one or this one with the pictures? Because otherwise we see the...
Thank you. Sorry.
And thanks again very much.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, that's what I have my phone. So that's also the phone is also one thing you can use. So 5 total as a moderator. You can be there or sit it with the rest, just like the other one.
Okay.
No, I will sit. I will sit. So I could introduce you and the overall title, and then after you, and you sit there.
Great.
No regular specific order because we don't have slides, so there is no logical order. It's up to you.
Okay.
So take a seat. You have microphones. They are on. Just need to grab them and talk. And there is one remote. I will use it at the beginning.
Okay.
So I will do the slide, and then keep with the final slide with the names. And that's it.
Okay.
Want to be in the center?
Or I will do like the others. Maybe we can sit on this side. I will stay
there.
We are only 4, so...
Only 4, so you could move a little bit to the right, so you can be there. Okay, Slido should work directly. On Safari. So for the moment it's ready to work, you should have the questions directly there. And that's it. We're starting 10 minutes. I think we can start now. Yeah, we can start now. We just...
Welcome everybody.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. You are the winner today.
And with this, we conclude. Yes. No, the point is the They will. It will start a bit later, 10 minutes past. So I think we can, if we can finish just 55 minutes, or maybe just on time, or before 10 past.
Yeah, but we have
nice.
one speaker less, so it will be.
Yeah, I think it will be. It's a question.
It will depend the number of questions we
exactly.
have. But tell me at what time you want to finish, and I will.
Officially, it should be 11. It should be 12.
But you prefer 5 minutes or 10 minutes before?
No, but and as they start, and now we start 10 minutes past 11. Okay. It should be 10 past 12.
Oh, okay.
So if you could make it 5 past 12,
okay,
should be okay.
No problem.
But that's fine. Just. The question will come on the iPad, so it's for the moderator to run the questions and see that. Oh, you didn't.
I'm the audience.
Oh, you are the audience. Yeah. So, where is your question? You send a question on Slido? Yes. You are happy? You are happy with the answer? Okay, so great.
Is it okay to leave the chair or shall I move the chair to the slides?
Up to us. I don't know which the next panel is on. I don't know. Maybe we can remove that. Yeah, let's do it. Considering your age. That's me.
Ouais, tout petit peu, mais là ils ont un petit regain d'activité du coup avec l'exécution. Et là, c'était content parce qu'ils viennent de renégocier sur le grille salariale. Et Darmanin leur a promis, on disait par un pilote de canédaire standard, dans les 3 prochaines années, ils allaient leur augmenter leur salaire.
Ouf.
Enfin, tu vois, ils étaient payés.
Ouais, c'est vrai qu'ils n'avaient pas grand chose. Hmm.
Ils ont des gros problèmes
Ouais.
Malgré la mauvaise dispo des bateaux, c'est peu d'avions. Il y a quelques avions qui restent sur le tarmac par manque de pilotes. Même pour des grands.
Ouais, les grands. Ouais. Et ils ont fait quelque chose pour cette année ou ils sont encore un peu. Ils essayent. Très tendu.
On va dire pour rattraper, c'est comme dans la France, je pense que si tu veux rattraper le gap, c'est pas comme ça.
T'as une inertie folle.
Ouais, tu les as pas comme ça, tu peux. C'était pas prévu 10 ans avant.
Alors, exactement. Et puis, ils sont très dépendants du marché des ressources hydrauliques. Dès que les mecs trouvent sur rien, ils perdent. On est tous un père qui rentre là-dedans parce qu'ils ont rien trouvé. Et puis, dès qu'ils ont des opportunités. C'est assez volatile.
So Vincent, congratulations. Thank you. We had some doubts at one moment during the election, because we saw in real time the voting numbers, and finally Vincent was elected in the council. No, in the council. But we had 3 closed people at the very, and it was changing, along the votes, and it was, and at one moment they say, stabilized, and then closed. Great. So he's on for the.
I guess it was a close call.
Yeah. We don't say the names, but yeah. Okay.
So it's 20 people on the council plus the president?
No, 20 people, including the president.
So who breaks the tie?
No. It was close to a tie, but it.
No, I mean in the council, the 20 is 10 and 10.
Oh, I don't know exactly the rule. I guess there is the president something, but I don't know. That should be in the constitution, I guess. But it should be, I guess, because it's a classical situation. But yeah. We can have a look. We can have a look on the handbook and the constitution. It should be easy. Yeah. Mm. It depends, it changes because we had 4 limited candidates, stuff like that. So I think we are something around 460 members that can vote or something like that. It depends. Yeah, but we are going to organize by domains. You know, it's something like aviation. You got the aviation, so airlines, aircraft, and you got the business jet, commercial aircraft. Then we got the equipment, CNS, avionics, stuff like that. ATM, you got different things, and different domains. So it's a kind of balanced representation of different domains, plus regulator, ANSPs. Yeah. When?
It would be in
Oh.
But it's a very specific case where the
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, that could be a good case because we're not directly into security at EUROCAE for the moment, but we have this cyber security topic. But they, yeah, but ICAO was yeah, exactly.
So ICAO's for vice president.
Oui.
En fait, t'as les VP, les SVP, les EVP, les SVP, c'est les VP, les senior VP, les executive VP.
Ouais.
Ça, c'est un peu des...
C'est
un peu colonel, colonel analyste,
général moins.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Ah non, c'est des...
général zingué, enfin, c'est un peu ça.
C'est des structures qui doivent convenir à tout le monde. Good point.
Ils sont quand même un certain et que voilà, qu'on ne met pas face à l'interlocuteur.
Ouais.
T'as tous les commerciaux chez eux.
Son directeur de quelque chose.
Peut-être c'est bon. Ils sont pas payés, c'est pas du tout.
Non, mais c'est classique dans l'industrie, c'est général. C'est pareil partout.
Ouais, t'as un peu de l'inflation dans les titres.
Ouais, tu vas payer aux US, c'est exactement pareil. C'est pareil, ils ont tous le même but. C'est montrer qu'on a une certaine importance et qu'on n'est pas un commercial tout bête. On est un quelqu'un. Mais ça marche des fois, parce que je sais que certains pays, ils refusent de, tu l'as dit, ils refusent de parler à quelqu'un qui n'est pas vice-président. Si t'es pas vice-président, ne parle pas, parce que t'as pas le bon niveau. Tu peux pas prendre la décision, même si dans leur culture et leur stratégie, ça va pas se passer du tout comme ça, mais...
C'est comme un peu la place des militaires. T'envoies une lettre, tu signes une période, et personne ne te répond. Tu t'envoies la même, tu signes une générale période, et un mec très bien. Nous, on en use et on en abuse. Tu me rends des signes.
Bah, c'est aussi pour ça.
Moi, j'ai mes gars, ils envoient des mails, ils sont pas réponse. Ils m'appellent, si tu peux pas, ok, hop, j'envoie le mail, head off. Moi, je fais pareil avec mon directeur.
C'est bien, une petite équipe de 10, pas trop embêté avec ça.
10, ça va.
Ouais.
Après,
tu peux gérer, mais
la difficulté, compliqué dans mon unité, c'est pas tant le nombre de personnes, c'est vraiment
la variété, la diversité.
Le portfolio qui est super vaste. Tu passes de la standardisation à César, la R&D, les neurones. Tu vois, là, j'ai hier, j'ai géré un truc parce que les UMS ne pouvaient pas sur la strategic reflection, sur l'accès à l'espace aérien, des stratégies qu'on fasse. C'est ça qui fait c'est que du shift d'un truc à l'autre. Tu vois, là j'étais là, le mec il m'appelle, oui, le repas avec.
T'es pas monosujet quoi.
Bon, c'est bien aussi. Hein,
ouais,
c'est vrai que c'est
intéressant. Hein.
Ouais, c'est intéressant.
Des fois, on va calmer là.
Oui, après t'as les. Ouais, non, on a fini déjà, nous.
Si la Suisse est là, c'est bon, on y va. Avec plaisir, moi je suis modérateur, j'ai la file de la question. C'est le panel civil militaire, normalement c'est à la fin, il n'y a personne.
Ouais, c'est pour ça qu'on l'a mis avant, comme ça. Avant les sujets intéressants. C'est ça que tu voulais dire. Bon, allez, on dit qu'il est 10, on commence, hein, c'est ça?
Écoute, on peut commencer, puis on attend les minutes.
Ok, donc ça sera pas 50 minutes, ça sera 15 minutes.
Là, j'avais préparé des questions, il faut qu'ils écrivent un peu.
Je suis forcément obligé d'attendre que ma chef soit là. Après.
Ah, il faut un an quand même.
Bah oui. Ouais, c'est un peu. Mais ils n'ont rien changé, de toute façon, comme ils ont.
Ah oui, ça va.
Ah ouais, ça va, mais hier c'est un peu. Je voyais tous les mecs mettre le même niveau.
T'as eu le temps d'aller visiter le mémorial?
Non, bien sûr, j'ai été. J'ai été prendre une photo du Jaguar.
C'est sympa, ça. Le Jaguar de Mamel.
Ouais. Qu'est-ce qu'il y avait. C'est qui a initié le mémorial de Nice?
Non, je suis pas sûr de l'initiative de qui c'était. C'était pas parce que tu sais, le musée des Antilles.
Ah, c'est vrai qu'il.
Ah oui, je crois que c'était lié avec ça.
Ouais, ils avaient arrêté leur activité, ils n'avaient plus de quoi le supporter et ils avaient proposé effectivement ici le musée de l'espace de récupération.
Ouais, je crois.
Mais bien. C'est un ancien de ma promo là qui est numéro 2 du musée ici, Gilles Villeneuve. Tu dois avoir qui c'est, Alain, parce que quand on était au BSA, il était BSA armement, là, tu sais, avec Prio.
Ah oui, dans la bande en bas là.
Ouais,
d'accord, ouais.
Il s'occupait de. Là, je sais même pas si c'est pas lui qui s'occupait de la DSA.
Ça me dit quelque chose justement, le nom, quand tu dis le nom, ça me. Il y en a eu pas mal qui sont occupés de la DSM à un moment.
À l'époque, c'était EUROCAE qui était.
Ouais, il y a eu EUROCAE,
il était dans.
Il était son, après EUROCAE. Ouais,
les mecs qui s'occupaient de l'armement qui n'étaient pas au même étage que nous. Là,
parce qu'en fait, oui, je suis revenu, mais j'étais réserviste, donc je revenais réserviste à ce moment-là, je crois. Non, c'était encore.
C'était du temps de Jean, non?
Ah bon, c'était déjà. Non, bah c'était. Non, je sais pas, le nom disait quelque chose, mais c'est vrai que.
Bien déjà quoi.
Voilà.
Non, il a fait du Jaguar et après, tu sais, il y a eu tu te souviens d'un crash en Arabie Saoudite là,
le mec qui avait.
Sur une finale de nuit, ils s'étaient heurtés et le mec était mort.
Okay. So just on time, or almost on time. On time, anyway, we'll see. So back again for another panel. So I'm still there to launch this interesting panel. As it was mentioned during the keynote speech from the drone strategy, European strategy, and I think it's also more important than that. There is a need for standardization, civil, military standardization and cooperation. It goes well beyond the standardization, of course, but that's the main topic of today. So this panel will be moderated by Christophe Vivier. Christophe Vivier is the head of the single European sky at the European Defence Agency. Is quite well positioned for that because he used to be in the French Air Force as a pilot, understand also air traffic controller, and also many other activities in Europe, so well positioned for that. And I'll leave him the floor to introduce the panel and have this discussion about, as you can see on the screen. Up to you.
Thank you very much, Alain, and many thanks to EUROCAE for inviting EDA to moderate this panel, as civil as possible, as military as necessary, as mentioned by Maria in the previous panel. Before introducing our distinguished panelists and to start my questions to them, I would like maybe to highlight some important game changers to be taken into consideration where we are talking about civil-military cooperation. First, obviously, the Russia's unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Ukraine, which results in further synergies and strong cooperation to augment existing military capabilities, both in mass, meaning quantitatively, but also qualitatively. Second, the need to modernize the aviation sector. This has been highlighted when we addressed yesterday Digital European Sky, in order to cope with sustained air traffic growth, air operations under the safest, most cost and flight efficient and environmentally friendly conditions, with the need also to integrate newcomers, as we discussed in the previous panel, meaning drones, but also higher altitude operations. And last but not least, the economic crisis, calling for economy of resources and further synergies. This current context calls for a clear need for a change of mindset among all civil and military stakeholders to be innovative and more ambitious in terms of collaboration. Yesterday, one panelist mentioned the need for courage. So let's be brave also in terms of civil-military collaboration. And in this context, the motto, as civil as possible, as military as necessary, illustrates this need for strong civil-military cooperation. This aims at applying common standards to achieve global civil-military interoperability, avoiding duplication of efforts, optimizing use of resources, and reducing procurement costs. Civil and military stakeholders can therefore directly benefit from an enhanced cooperation. In this regard, the objective of this session is, from different perspectives, to assess the state of play, where we are today regarding civil-military cooperation, particularly in the standardization domain, what would be or might be the benefits stemming from common standards, but also we all know that military have some specificities, so what are the constraints or the limits regarding the development of common standards? We will exchange views on why and how civil-military cooperation should be improved in the standardization domain. And hopefully we will identify specific standardization areas in which an enhanced civil-military cooperation could bring quick wins, particularly in line with the priorities mentioned yesterday by Patrick Key regarding artificial intelligence, drones, data links, so I'm sure that we will address all these interesting topics. In order to address these interesting areas, the panel is very interesting today because we have really different perspectives. And I will start with Hannes, who is Project Officer Aviation Cyber within the European Defence Agency. And obviously he will bring the EU defense perspective on all these aspects. And we will have also the non-EU perspective and the NATO perspective regarding all these aspects with Stefan Hansson. He is member of the NATO Headquarters International Staff, working on aerospace planning, security and policy for the Armament and Aerospace Capabilities Directorates in the Defense Investment Division. Also, we have a panelist today who has the two perspectives, from the industry and from the military side. Gilles Perron, he is Senior VP Public Affairs in Safran Electronics and Defense since February 2020, and before joining Safran, he was working for Thales as operational expert, particularly for the FCAS, the Future Combat Air System program, and he is a retired general from the French Air and Space Force. So he will bring here the two perspectives from the military side and the industry side. And last but not least, Vincent Devroy will bring the industry perspective. He is Director of Civil Aviation at the Aerospace and Defense Industries Association of Europe, ASD, since November 2014. And in this role, he is in charge of the management of the ASD Civil Aviation Business Unit. And I would like to highlight that very often the challenges the business aviation is facing are similar to the military ones. And he represents ASD vis-à-vis the European and international civil aviation community. So many thanks for being here today, and I'm really eager to hear your different perspective on all the aspects I mentioned. And let's start with Hannes. And first, I would like to ask you a question regarding the relationship between the military and the civil world. And I would like to mention and to highlight what was said by Maria from EASA in the previous panel. We need to talk to each other. This is really important. And we are living, as I said before, in an interesting and dynamic times politically, but also from a technological perspective. So, Hannes, I would like to know, in your opinion, how will the past and coming years change the military and its relationship with the civil world?
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Christophe. It's a quite a complex topic to answer in a few minutes. Let me get back a bit into what EU defense is facing at the moment. So we had the pleasure of living through decades of peacetime in Europe. So no one ever could have imagined what we are facing now, that we have outright a full-blown war outside of, in front of our doorsteps, basically. This had a lot of implications. We're just trying to recover from our pandemic, which in addition opened up our eyes how weak we are, how we are not resilient in some areas, and this had also direct impact on the military itself. For example, it was clear that if you cannot provide fundamental elements to produce certain technologies, certain capabilities, you're definitely in the backseat. You're definitely short of developing new things or developing your advantage that you would need to defend yourself against some foreign powers. We also see a lot of changes driven by climate change. We have a fight for resources. Different great powers try to manipulate or invade or go into different countries and shift the geopolitical balance as we have known it for so many years. The thing is, to come back what I said before, that we have been living in peace for so many times resulted in the situation that a lot of spending on EU defense was reduced, spending on defense research was reduced, and we focused on a way of fighting wars that we thought will be the future, like cyberspace and hybrid warfare, which is good. It's going to be a combination of all of these. But we neglected to some point the traditional techniques and procedures that we see now emerging again, with tanks rolling around, with trench warfare and so on. In contrast to this, the civil world just continued. They continued investing in essential technologies. They invested in artificial intelligence, in cybersecurity, in how to improvise, how to improve a single European sky, how to improve air traffic control, air traffic management, and the military was just hampered by underfunding. This is now getting better. We saw since the emergence of the invasion, defense spending has skyrocketed. We just need to know now where to spend the money correctly. The thing is, if the military does not jump on the bandwagon in time to collaborate with the industry to get the best what they have developed, for example, on artificial intelligence, because this has been a topic also since yesterday here. This is going to result in a threat and in an essential risk for many nations. So it's not only how the relationship between civil and military will change, it's more that it has to change, and of course it will take some time, and we even as European Defence Agency, we need to create incentives. We need to take our role as facilitators between our stakeholders, which are the member states, and the industry, and bring them closer together to really reinforce this collaborative working, including, of course, working on standards, to help the military get ahead again and to be ready to face the future.
Thank you, Hannes, and so thank you for your perspective. And now let's move to the perspective which will be bring by Gilles. And as I said before, given your past experience as a general in the French Air Force, and now your position in Safran, from your point of view, what does civilian and military cooperation means? Why most of the time it is win-win and vital? What is the added value of such cooperation?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's funny because even when I was in the Air Force as a fighter pilot, I was very concerned, obviously, about the cooperation between the military activity and civilian activity, especially because we were sharing the same airspace, and it was very important to have the same, to share some rules, some standards, and especially for safety reasons. Now in the industry it's a little bit different, but not so much. First, regarding the business, obviously it's better to have a dual activity, to have one sector in the civilian part and the other one is the military. It's better to walk on two legs instead of just one. In Safran company, for example, we have about 25% of really military defense activity and the other 75% civilian one. But those two sectors, military and civilian, are using the same technologies for engines, for navigation system, for optronics, for whatever. But all those technologies are dual. So from the industrial perspective, the aim is to develop new technology for both sectors. For example, when we work on the new engine for the next generation fighter on the FCAS program, for example. We expect some benefits, obviously, on the next generation of civilian aircraft. And it is the same on the other side. You expect a kind of cross-fertilization, if I can say that. In this sector, a lot of innovation can be spread on both the military side and the civilian side during the development and the production, using the same standard during all the phase of development and production also. Moreover, the collaboration between the two sectors can lead to a significant, of course, cost saving in research and development and also in production. Sharing the knowledge and the resources can reduce duplication of efforts and accelerate the development of new technology. And those reasons are the principle why the cooperation between those two sectors are vital for the industry.
Thank you, Gilles, and you mentioned keywords on which we will come back later on, like dual use and common standards. But you mentioned common standard, but we are talking about civil standards, military standards. For instance, in NATO, we have the STANAG, the well-known NATO standards. So I would like now to ask you the question, Stephen. Why do we speak of military and civilian standards? Why are we making the difference between the two standards? Why are there not just standards? What is the real difference between military and civilian standards? Why we have two standards? This is the question I have for you.
So those of you who have met me yesterday already know that part of the answer to this question. I really don't feel that there are really differences between military and civilian standards, and I'll try to explain a bit why through this. First thing, I'd like to talk about how the standards from the different domains are the same, and some of those things are, the standards are written by experts. A lot of experts in this room, in this organization, EUROCAE, deals with a lot of that, but NATO does also, and a lot of other military organizations. The standards focus on on the exact same things, I believe, such as interoperability, which is really important for NATO and the militaries of the alliance. Safety, yes, our standards do consider safety regularly, they must. And also security, not only information security, but security, different aspects of physical security. We look for efficiencies. We do, and that's what we do. Efficiencies in achieving our goals and the missions we have to do for defense and security. And yes, NATO, STANAGs, and a lot of what we do in NATO focuses on protecting the environment, because protecting the environment helps the military mission and also is good for efficiencies. Another key factor, which you may hear a lot from the NATO perspective, is resilience, because we need to have standards that are resilient, capabilities that can deal with shock, whether it be a natural shock, such as an earthquake or a forest fire, but also from a military or defense and security shock. So the big differences for me between military and civilian standards, and yes, I did do air quotes, is who uses them and what their legal authority to accept risk is. Very rarely can a company, an industry, accept risk on behalf of a nation, but the nation can accept risk itself. So how we apply these standards, usually in the military perspective, the defense and security perspective, is a question of risk that can be accepted. And some people say, well, no, the military actually does a different mission. And I can give you numerous examples of companies around the world. I use Canadian example, Discovery Air, who flies military aircraft fighting and training military pilots in a military environment, which was once done exclusively by the military itself. But they don't have the authority to accept risk. The government of Canada does in that situation, and only with military aircraft and military pilots. So that's, for me, is they're very same standards in the sense of what they're trying to do and what they're trying to achieve. They're different only in how they're applied, and those can accept risk. And for me personally, the source is really not important, is what these standards do. Now, from a policy point of view, just so you know, in 2016, the North Atlantic Council directed the alliance to use standards produced by civilian organizations if those standards met the alliance's requirements. And that is a policy we're trying to push forward.
which is culturally unusual for solid organizations to understand. But why are we going to rewrite an excellent standard in a domain that supports military, defense, and security operations when it's already been done? And so that is why individuals like ourselves are here today, to talk about the fact that standards are important for everyone, and we can produce them well together.
Thank you, Stefan. And we have already good example of military standards used also on the civil side, for instance, in the drones domain. And also, I would like to give an example. In EDA, we developed a standard regarding the certification of remote pilot station, which have been used and published by EUROCAE. So I think we are in a good way. But let me go back now to dual-use standard and common regulation. And now, Vincent, I would like to ask you the question: do you see a role for dual standards and common regulation, and how can the civil world learn from the military world? I mentioned already some example, and vice versa. So what are your views on this?
Yeah, I think that's a very important question, and maybe I would like to give one example of regulations in the field of airworthiness, making the link with military airworthiness. Obviously, ASD as an organization has done a lot of work on that, working with EDA and with EASA, and obviously there is also a cooperation agreement between EDA and EASA on that. Now, industry is obviously in the civil world having a lot of organizational approvals for design organizations, for production organizations, for maintenance organizations, for many authorities beyond Europe, not only EASA but worldwide. But obviously the same is true on the military side, where we have from each nation military organizational approvals. And obviously we need to, on the civil side, ensure safety, on the military side also ensure safety. But we should not overdo audits and all this work also by the authorities to check these approvals. So here we see a clear way for synergies. By, on one hand, we believe, and our work is obviously going on that, with your help, the military world should make more use of the basic civil organizational approvals, but then also between the nations in Europe and beyond, I think there is a need for accepting each other approvals. So I think that's a win-win situation where we could at the end reduce the cost for the industry but also for the authorities. And if we reduce the cost, obviously at the end also the military products will be cheaper, because these costs need to be at the end paid by somebody. It's not only about organizational approvals, it's also about the privileges you give to these organizations. Again, in the civil world that's quite standardized, but we would like to see a more crossover with military world as well. One thing which in that context was decided, and that's an example where maybe regulations could be used, is the opt-in for military national airworthiness authorities into Part 21. Obviously, there is a national sovereignty issue. We are not the ones deciding whether a nation wants to opt in, but this option should be there and should be really encouraged, because then really we have the framework in terms of regulations for doing that. Obviously, a lot of these things, they are discussed in the EMAR military airworthiness requirements, which have been developed, and I think this is very good work which has been done. One thing which we see there is, because there is no legal authority, the level of implementation by the different nations on the military side is not at the same level. And interestingly, we have seen, for example, sometimes non-European nations, I was informed about the example of Australia being more advanced sometimes than European nations. So I would say here I would encourage all the military authorities to go ahead and to move into that direction. So also then if we talk about the certificates, obviously in the civil world it's the industry who owns the type certificates. On the military side is a national authority. I think we have to find a kind of middle way here to have a better coordination, because it was mentioned also by Safran already, but sometimes you have a product and you have a basic level of certification, civil side and the military side, they are the same, and then the military has their add-on specific needs. So let's at least make sure that the basic certification is the same on civil and military side. So clearly just to conclude on that, so in the field of military airworthiness, I think it's a lot of work to do, and we would encourage really to move ahead based on the existing EDA, EASA agreements, to make the system more efficient, not only for us, but also for the authorities.
Yes, indeed, many opportunities possibly in the airworthiness domain. You mentioned at least to have the same basics and the mutual recognition, on which we are also working on the military side, because we need to admit that also within the military community there is no harmonized approach. And this is why, unless now would like to also, if you can complement also this perspective of the added value of dual use from a defense perspective. Which relevance does dual use really have, and what is the potential of following a dual use approach from a defense perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Vincent.
Hannes.
Thank you, Vincent. You already took away some good points. I just wanted to, for the risk of paraphrasing. So I think, in my opinion, dual use is something that has been existing since ages. We just created now this word again for things that back in history there were times where the military were working on new emerging, at that time, disruptive technologies, but we just didn't call them this way. And they slowly found their way into civilian uses. There were other times where civilians were faster. For example, they invented the internal combustion engine, which then was used for military purposes, for powering aircraft and tank. So this is nothing new. Just that we are now again are in a time where we are faced with disruptors again, like artificial intelligence, but also emerging technologies like 3D printing, where the civil sector is way ahead, and the military must really catch up, benefiting from these technologies. And by the way, also the internet, and the reason why we can now stream everything is you can thank the US Defense Department for this. So to approach this, so the simple answer, what relevance does dual use have from an EDA perspective? A high relevance. We recently, for this, we established a so-called Hub for European Defense Innovation, HEDI in short, where we try to facilitate between member states and industry, and to stimulate innovation in EU defense. For this, we also help industry to get funds by the so-called European Defense Fund, where there are billions of euros literally available for innovative research projects that have a dual-use character. And again, to make it a bit more clear, a dual use, I noted down a few of these dual-use buzzwords where I see, and what you said, Vincent, already. The foundational technology is often the same. It's just there are different requirements depending if it's used in civil or in military. And I came up quickly with, we say, autonomous weapon systems. It's for the military apparently, but also autonomous air taxis. The mission profile is different, but the technology is very much the same. The same is for decision support or decision-making systems when you need in a military context. And if you put it in a medical context, analyzing new approaches in medical procedures. So everything is data-driven in that case, but the use cases are different. So when we have here a lot of industry representatives, this is probably a call I would like to make to you. Go back, talk to your national defense ministries, Department of Defense, however it's called in your nation. If they are interested in some of your ideas, in some of your innovative technologies you are working on, and then come to EDA and look if we can help you get your business going, get you funding from the European Defense Fund, and at the same time help European defense or make an impact on European defense with your innovations. I think this is something that we need to look forward to, and this is probably the best benefit we can reap from this dual-use approach.
Thank you, Hannes. You mentioned an important point, because for a while the military has been at the forefront of the innovation. And now there is a kind of game changer, and sometimes the military also can learn from the civil side, and we need to adapt, at least within the military community, to this change. Coming back to the areas in which civil-military cooperation would be really useful and will bring added value, Vincent, I would like to come back to you, because you mentioned airworthiness, but from your perspective, which technological building blocks with civil and military spillovers deserves EU attention? We have a good example with drones in the EU action plan, but what are the possible other technology in which we can develop such spillovers? Sorry.
Yes, indeed. So that's a very important question, and I think we can take that from both angles. Maybe starting with the drone action plan itself, and obviously the RPAS. If we talk about obviously the big RPAS, the military is quite advanced. Has done a lot of work over many years. Been a lot. Sorry. Do you hear me? Yeah. So the military are quite advanced with a large RPAS, have done a lot of work on that. Obviously there is the work going on the mail drone as well. Obviously these platforms which come from the military, they potentially also have interesting applications on the civil side, and that's why obviously again we have to go for dual use and make sure that, well, even when we certify that, the basic certification could be done by EASA, so that we are not only relying on the military markets, but that we can also develop this civil markets. But we could also see it the other way around. If we see in the drone strategy, it's also about urban air mobility. And obviously, both Europe, but also competitors in the US and other parts of the world are spending a lot of money on these emerging civil urban air mobility concepts. What is interesting to see is that on the US side, the Department for Defense and NASA as well, they are buying some of these emerging vehicles as a way to provide financial support to these newcomers in the civil world, and they're helping them by that to learn about the technology before the civil market is there. Obviously in Europe we have a lot of companies like Volocopter and other successful companies. They don't have the same means. They're fully relying on private financing. So clearly, my point here is that the defense community can also, apart from the standards, can play an important role to help gaining experience on these emerging concepts and to stimulate a little bit these markets. Other points probably to mention is, and it was mentioned already by some previous speakers, obviously on artificial intelligence and machine learning. Obviously, there's a lot of developments in the civil market. I think EASA is doing a great job here also to look at the concepts for the use in civil aviation, because we have civil markets and civil aviation. And obviously, machine learning, I think, is not going to replace humans. It's going to help humans to have better tools, at least initially, certainly. Maybe in terms of predictive maintenance, or maybe better weather prediction tools and things like that. And here also, obviously, the work which was done on the civil side and what the EASA is doing probably could also be used by the military side to start looking at applications and maybe also other applications. Maybe I stop there, but there's many other examples I could mention as well.
You mentioned many of them, and I would like to highlight that coming back to the drone strategy 2.0 mentioned by Philippe, for instance, in his speech, there are many flagship actions which might be inspiring in other domains regarding civil-military collaboration and synergy, and particularly maybe to identify a technology roadmap on which we should work together. But Vincent, you mentioned in some of your response the basic, which might be similar between civil and military, but I would like to ask to Stefan a question regarding the military specificities, because obviously the military has some specificities, and from your perspective, what are the critical factors that one must consider when developing standards for military use? What are the military specificities to be taken into consideration in the standards?
Military specificities are, I would say, I'm going to step away from that a bit and get to what the standards do. And the first things the standards do in a defense and security construct is they help the democratic nations maintain a solid defense and are secure against foreign powers or interests who are trying to stop what we do. I say this quite a bit in some other environments, is that without security and defense in the alliance, the airspace is not available for commercial and private use. And so it's very, very critical that what we do, that the standards that are developed support that. Another key thing about security and defense is, if you do not know, is that during most large military deployments, 90% of the military equipment is moved by civilian means. So civilian aviation is critical for security and defense. And security and defense organizations are critical for civilian aviation to prosper. So we rely on each other. It's a chicken and an egg. So it's very important that when we start talking about standardization, that we acknowledge some, what I really feel are some critical factors. They're in no specific order. I've written them down just from my point of view, and one is the environment. So a lot of you don't realize that the environment has a lot of effects on the ability to do security and defense. I lived through the 1996 flooding of the Saguenay Valley, where every major river flooded, and for approximately a month and a half we were picking up 30,000 houses that were destroyed. Luckily the loss of life was low, and it totally made it very difficult to do any security and defense for NORAD from that base and from that region for the next month and a half to 2 months after that. So there are direct factors that the environment have on the ability to do security defense, and specifically in the aviation realm. If we lose a runway because of an earthquake, or if we lose our fuel systems because we don't have stability there, where there's a lot of issues. So the military in our standards we want to use also want to respect the environment, because we realize that climate change is causing this to happen more and more often, and therefore we also want to protect the environment so that we have a stable security and defense environment. Another one we want to do to the maximum extent possible is safety, because we do not operate all the time in wartime. We'll take more risk in war, we'll take more risk in security and defense events, but obviously during training and normal transition through peacetime, we want to be just as safe, if not safer, than those other users of the airspace and the air environment we're working in. Information security is a big thing for us. So even in peacetime, the way we train and the actions we do can inform an adversary of how we will do things in time of war. So it's really important, and those of you who work with me, when we talk about Eurocontrol and information sharing, realize the importance of information, how important it is to have an efficient and effective use of the airspaces across the alliance, but additionally, how important it is that the information is retained in a manner that only those who need to see it, and the information is not shared with those people who don't or could use it for bad reasons. Resilience. So Article 3 of the Washington Treaty that created NATO basically said is that the nations need, as a collective but individually, to be able to stand the shock of natural disasters and of threats and war, because we rely so much for security and defense on the nation itself. And our three main goals are to make sure that there's continuation of government, that those critical services available to the populations still exist even in time of crisis and war, but finally, that the nations can support the military and defense organizations in defending and keeping their nations secure. So to do that, we need to have a resilient transport system. We need to have resiliency across everything, whether it be the comms, navigation, surveillance systems, or ATM processes, airspace management, information sharing. We need systems that are not single points of failure. And for many a decade, after the peace dividend of the end of the Cold War, we started focusing on single solutions because they made sense. GNSS is a perfect example. And unfortunately, we've been finding out that that is not a resilient solution, and resilience in our aeronautical systems are required on the aircraft, on the ground, through the entire system of systems. And the most important thing to the alliance and to NATO and to the militaries, I think, is interoperability, because we are 31 nations in the alliance, plus many, many partners who work together, train together, and hopefully will never have to fight together, but we have to be able to do so. And to have systems that are not interoperable, to not work on the same type of radios, to not use the same kind of fuel, weapons. There is a limited interoperability. We do not all want to fly the same airplane because then it becomes a single point of failure. But we need to have systems that can operate with each other. So when a United States aircraft lands in France or in Germany, that they know that aircraft can be churned and be ready for another mission if required, because the alliance trains together, defends together, secures the alliance together, and unfortunately one day may have to fight together. And those are my critical factors for me. Thank you.
Many critical factors, many specificities, and maybe because of these specificities, there are some limits regarding civil-military cooperation. And Gilles, from your perspective, what and where are the limits of such civil-military cooperation, and what kind of standards are we talking about? What we can do to take into consideration this limitation?
Yes, you're right. When we speak about cooperation and standards, the real problem, according to me, is to identify the right limits. But the problem is that depending the people you are talking to, they don't have the same limits. When you are talking to the armed forces, to the industry, to the procurement agency, most of the time they don't have the same position, and the challenge is to apply the good standard and to put the correct position of the cursor with all the standard. For example, I'm going to give you the example of the drone Safran is producing. It's a big one. It is called a Patroller. It's a 1.2 ton drone, 18-meter wingspan. So it's a big one, and it is the first drone of its category to have to comply with NATO STANAG 4671 airworthiness certification. A lot of systems are triplicate, 3 calculators, 3. A lot of things are by 3. It takes time, it takes money to do that, to qualify, to certify, and I'm not talking also of the ton of paper, of pages to do that. The right question regarding this certification, this airworthiness certification, is for the French Army, do they really need it? Perhaps yes. For example, if you want to perform mission over Paris during the Olympic Games and to use the drone, it's going to be perfect. But do you need it during a wartime, during a high-intensity mission, for example? And to go further, the French MOD decided very recently to put armament on this drone, to put laser-guided rockets on the drone. It is perfect because I think the armed forces need it. But do we really need to apply the same certification when we put the armament on such a drone? That's a real question, and it raises the question of how we can go not too far in the appliance of such a standard. And at this time, the question it's not really solved, depending the people you are talking to regarding, for example, this example of putting an armament and to certify or qualify the armament on the drone. And it's not solved at this time.
Thank you, Gilles. So now, given the limitation you mentioned, given the basics which might be done, as mentioned by Vincent, for instance, I would like to look forward and what might be done in the future. And I would like to ask first a question to Stéphane regarding the military expectation. And Stéphane, what are your expectations regarding standard development organizations vis-à-vis military or state actors in a broad manner? What are your expectations for the future?
NATO's expectations, desire, is that there is a much stronger relationship with the standard developing organizations around the world. A lot of our allied nations already have very excellent relationships established on a national level. We're working on trying to establish those relationships on an alliance level. But the fact is that when we want to develop standards that meet all those critical factors I talked about earlier, we need the experts, and we need different perspectives. And we were talking earlier on before this meeting started, the panel started, about concepts of concurrence and having different points of view in the room at the same time. So my personal desire is, and I think it's happening, it's not something that has to be done, it's being done, is that there's a greater engagement from the defense and security environment, from the state level, the nations level, in the various SDOs that exist on top of the alliance, and that we would really appreciate, I think, that the standard developing organizations reach out to those security and defense organizations that they're in their sphere of influence or discussion, to start engaging them in their working groups and their standards development, so we can get a standard that meets both the defense and security needs, but also the civil, either be private or commercial needs.
Thank you. And now let's go to the civil expectations. And Vincent, could the military play a pioneering role for emerging civil technologies?
Yes, indeed. There are many examples, and maybe I want to focus on, I mentioned already the example of urban air mobility, but maybe I want to focus on another important issue we are discussing as well at ASD level, but also at a global level through our global association ICCCIA. Industry is working on single pilot, reduced pilot operation concepts, so to use more automation, to reduce basically the number of crew you would need. And I think single pilot is probably the wrong word. It's more about long flights where you have, for example, today, because of flight time limitations, a need for 3 or 4 pilots. You would reduce maybe to 2, and you use more technology. Obviously, industry on the civil world wants to do that in a safe manner, and industry is working with EASA on that, on trialing that. I think in this example, if you talk about transport category military aircraft, they could also play here a pioneering role to help proving this concept, because obviously there is a lot of perception issues here, and there's maybe also some social issues about some actors who are not happy about this concept. We need to make this work in a safe manner, and yes, here we could work together.
Thank you, Vincent. And Hannes, from your perspective, you are actively involved in many EUROCAE activities, and maybe you are also very well placed to tell us what the military can do more.
The short answer is more. No, I started in EDA 2016 and identified very quickly that participating in some civil aviation initiatives is extremely important, symbolically but also strategically for the military. And there were 2 activities that I almost immediately joined after getting to EDA. One was the development of Part IS, so the EASA implementing rule on cybersecurity or information security, and the second was Working Group 72. And meanwhile, I have the pleasure to also chair one of the new ED documents on aviation data security, because I think I truly believe it's very important for, it doesn't matter if it's civil or military, protecting your data, it affects both parties, both entities. And also seeing it from a perspective of providing training to people on information security, cybersecurity, on standards, I see quite often participation from the military. So they are interested in learning from these standards. I'm just asking myself very often, why are you coming and providing your expertise in developing these standards? So I don't know, could not identify myself yet what is the breaking barrier for them to enter and join as experts to provide their opinion, their expertise to developing standards. And good that you mentioned, Vincent, about Australia. I was also surprised that Australia is quite keen on using EUROCAE standards for their defense, on their defense side. And the UK, I think they are also very advanced in this direction. So I think that the engagement of military in the development of standards, of civil standards in certain areas, of course, not everywhere. I think it's very important, and I can only encourage, but I'm not sure if someone online from the military encourage you to join these working groups. It's not only that you can provide your expertise, you can also learn. You can see the other side of the world, and it might also open up your mind a bit. And also you can also provide your valuable expertise to the civil side. I think that's a very short answer. Yeah?
Thank you, Hannes. And last but not least, Gilles, what evolution in the future for civil-military cooperation, particularly in standardization domain?
You mentioned it when opening the panel a few minutes ago. I think the new geopolitical situation, and especially the comeback of war in Europe, raises a lot of questions and forces us to propose evolution in this domain. We must adapt the existing need for standard to the right use of military capabilities. Industry has also to adapt for almost two reasons. First, the war in Ukraine show us that industry has to adapt to a kind of industry in a kind of economy of war, where we have to increase production and perhaps to reduce the appliance of some standards and rules in order to produce more rapidly. That's a big tendency during the last year. And the more demanding operational use of system, especially in high-intensity conflicts, shows also that sometimes we over-specify and perhaps we over-standardize. So according to me, the future will be more cooperation, of course, but perhaps standardization case by case, and more specialization also.
Thank you, Gilles. We have heard many interesting things. You have not been very brave. I said at the beginning that we should be brave, but you have not been very brave regarding the question on Slido. But the panelists raised many interesting points. I would like to ask you just to conclude, not what would be your wish for the future, but to propose a concrete action. We have Hannah here, we have Alain. So what would be your concrete proposal to Alain and Anna? What would be your concrete proposal to EUROCAE to enhance the civil-military cooperation in the standardization domain? And I will maybe begin, because I have one comment. Now I participated in many forums, many panels, and there is always very interesting topics discussed in different panels, and then there is a civil-military panel. I would like to highlight that the military dimension is transversal, and all the topics which has been discussed in this symposium are of military interest. So my proposal for next time maybe would be to integrate one military in each panel. I would like to echo what Maria said in the previous panel. We need to talk to each other. I think it's the best way to talk to each other, to include military in your panel. And I would like to highlight that, for instance, the point of conspicuity, which has been mentioned before, is a high interest also for the military. So this would be my proposal, but now I would like to ask you the same question, and I will go in a row. So, Gilles, what would be your proposal, your concrete proposal to EUROCAE?
I don't know if the proposal will be really concrete, but from my point of view, to perform a global review in the different standards and in their implementation for the military capability, especially due to the game changer you mentioned, because perhaps, as I said, we went perhaps a little bit too far in the appliance of standardization.
No over standardization.
Yeah.
Vincent?
Yeah, maybe what I said a little bit earlier, but making the link with EUROCAE. So work on common standards and make sure that these common standards can make links on the civil side to EASA civil rules and on the military side to the need of the military, so that we can have common platforms and have synergies and cost savings at the end for everybody.
So focus on the basics you mentioned, which might fit both the military side and the civil side. Stephen?
So not only do you have a wonderful haircut, but you steal my words. So that was what I was going to say is, including military representation and all the
it's
activities.
It's a NATO cooperation, so we have the same.
CivMil, controller, fighter pilot, just do what I say. But taking that to the next step is, and this is not something that has to start, it has already started, is the Standard Development Organization's engagement with the alliance and military defense and security organizations in the nations, maybe even being a little bit pushy at the national level, saying, hey, we think we need to make good standards to show proper interoperability and resilience and all those other factors. We need to have the defense and security engagement early and often. And so I would ask that, I know EUROCAE is already doing it, because I get to see them a lot, but for all the other organizations out there doing standards to push locally and internationally with their associations to engage defense and security organizations.
And last but not least, Anas?
The benefit of the last, or the downside of the last in that case. all the suggestions have been taken. Yeah, I agree. Actually, this was one of the things I wanted to say. Integrate at least military representative in the different areas you are working on. Another thing that could add on top of what has been said already is also reinforce your promotion. Try to target more the military audience. Maybe also collaborate with your partners like RTCA to also reach across the pond. To get the buy-in also from the American DoD stakeholders. Yeah, I think that the other thing, the last thing I could say. Yeah.
So with this, I think it's time to conclude. So many thanks to all of you for all the valuable input you provided today. So many thanks.
Thank you very much for these. First of all, for the discussion, but then also for all of those proposals, I think many of which we can more or less take directly, some of which where we will need to work together to actually be able to implement that. Targeted communications, for example, more engagement with NATO, for example, or the military industry. With EDA, we already have a long-standing cooperation, and for example, the executive director came to our council in the last fall to address the council as the governing board directly to highlight a bit the military needs and how we can even cooperate closer. So I think these are great first steps, but definitely more to be done. With this, I would like to invite you to the lunch break, kindly sponsored by Frequentis again. Thank you very much to the Frequentis colleagues for that. Please be back at 1:10 for the final sessions of the day, which will focus on spectrum and artificial intelligence. And of course, you're free to visit the museum at your own pace. Enjoy. Bon appétit. Merci à toi.
Okay, so welcome back. Can you hear me all right? And I hope the lunch was good. And so welcome to this last afternoon, the first panel of the last afternoon of our symposium. So my name is Anna Guégan. I'm a Senior Technical Program Manager at EUROCAE. And our panel now is going to tackle the future of spectrum, which is a very important question. And as for the previous panels, you had this to submit your questions to Slido. But what's specific to us is that we are going to have 3 questions on a pool, but you'll have to vote within a very short time frame. So please don't hesitate to, and it's very open question, so please don't hesitate to do vote. And on this, I will leave the floor to Claude Pichavant, who is an expert CNS executive at Airbus and also the chairperson of the ICAO ICNSS task force. Thank you.
Merci Anna. So just for the warm-up, we'll have some questions for the poll, so be ready to be connected. We'll see if, as a standardized people, you will use modern tools. Okay. So the forum today for the last run is to speak about spectrum. So as you know, spectrum is a very scarce resources. The difficulty we have as aeronautic world is that this spectrum is allocated worldwide in order to ensure interoperability. And so, as a worldwide community, we have also, unfortunately, long life cycles. And so we need to face, regarding, I will say, younger industries like Telecom One, which are really, I will say, pushing us in order to be better efficient in our usage of the spectrum. You have heard recently the crisis between brackets about 5G versus radio altimeter, where we are in USA today required to update radio altimeter in order to sustain 5G deployment around US. And so this is growing everywhere in the world. And so we need really to be sure that we will be efficient in the usage of the spectrum. I will present you the panel members and the speakers, so this will give you the time to be connected with the Slido. So first, Stefan Pellecci is Associate Director, Advanced Technology for Collins Aerospace. He's working in avionics communication systems, and Stefan is involved in many data link and communication standardization group, usual ones like ICAO, AWC, RTCA, EUROCAE. Juan José Corneo Fernandez. So Juan José has been focused on aeronautical and aerospatial operation and management. He is Director of Business Development and International Relations of the brand new initiative Startical, which is a joint venture you're probably aware of from NRA and INRA to launch a constellation of satellites in orbit that will provide VHF, comms, and ADSB from space. John Mikalev. So John is a spectrum expert from Eurocontrol and a network manager directorate. So I need to switch. Okay. John has worked in traffic management for 22 years, and so has a background in national and regional policy for surveillance and data link infrastructure, frequency management, strategy and road mapping, and spectrum policy. And finally, we have Captain Giancarlo Bueno. He's Director of Safety and Flight Operation for Europe at the IATA, International Air Transport Association. He's responsible for the delivery of IATA Safety and Flight Operation Strategy in Europe and for the liaison with European regulator, European Commission, EASA, on issues related to air transport safety and flight operation. So we have a very good panel speakers, so we'll be happy to share with us what we think about spectrum. So now I propose to start with the poll. So I need to push a button? Okay, you did, okay. So first question is, personally, did you subscribe to a 5G mobile capability? You have the choice for the answer, it's yes or no. Very simple. Okay? You will provide at the end the result, or do you communicate right now? Right now, okay. Because I do not have the result. So 69% of no. Okay. 75%. So you are not still well connected to 5G. Second question. How many antennas are installed on a civil aircraft? Average. Huh? So you have various answers. 5, 10, 20, 30. So okay, 61% 30 and the rest 35. So in fact, yes.
And 35 for the 10.
Yeah. So in fact, it's a trap question because it depends on the mission of the long-range aircraft and the requirement. So it's between 30 and 35. So you are well done. And last question is, if you have the choice for 2 flight hours, will you prefer to have a free meal or 1 hour free Wi-Fi? So 62% for the meal, but I think we are an older audience. So this means, given explanation why we have a different result when the EasyJet performs the result. When he asks the question to the passenger, he gets 80% for the Wi-Fi. Okay. So you see there is a great appetite for connectivity, and this is where Spectrum is playing a role. Okay, thank you for your participation to this poll. So now I propose to start the presentation. Oops. Okay, the idea is to set the scene, to let then the speaker present their slides. So it's coming. So just a kind of reminder of what it is, the ICNSS task force from ICAO. So the idea was to try to define who will benefit from ICNSS, which means integrated communication, navigation, surveillance, and spectrum. Spectrum is full part of these 3 pillars. So the idea is that today we have, I would say, a kind of federated architecture for the 3 main components, communication, navigation, and surveillance. And the idea is really to try to use a kind of distributed and flexible architecture in order to take benefits of the new technology, but also to try to play better with the frequency allocation for the 3 main functions. So this will provide us with flexibility, less size, less weight, less power consumption, so we have all an interest in order to go this direction. Okay. So efficient spectrum is clearly a requirement. So today we have, as aeronautical market, a niche market, but we have worldwide allocation. This in order to provide interoperability worldwide and have the same equipment when you land in Europe, in India, or in America, or in Africa. So this is worth billions and billions of dollars, but we are considered that we are using the spectrum as underutilized and not very efficient. So we need to do something, otherwise we continue as we are used to continue. We will be forced to share with non-aeronautical users, forced to accept fleet-wide upgrade for the CNS, and this will cost us a lot, and so you can compare with the 5G retrofits that we're performing in the USA. This is called a loss to airlines, to airframer, and to suppliers. And to accept what we call not a quality of service, which is not culturally safety-oriented. So we need to have a better way to get a holistic approach and to work better all together. So this is why we have, I will say, this approach of this task force provided by ICAO in order to try to satisfy all ITU requirements in terms of spectrum allocation, but to have a better usage of this spectrum. So the idea is to try to create a STARPS streamlined project with two main focus and targets for this task force. First, to provide the ICNSS roadmap task, and then the associated CNS standard task. So the end goal in terms of delivery and physical delivery is to get the ICNSS roadmap and typically what we call a SARPS framework in order to not have, I will say, too much detail, I will say SARPS, but performance-based SARPS. And in some cases, we see the need to have what we call a global technical specification to ensure the interoperability, typically for satellite systems. So this is what we are looking for. A kind of, we'll say, timeline. So we started this activity in May 2020. So we are, we'll say, 20, I will say, expert specialists from different organizations and standard making organizations. And so we are conducted regular meetings, a lot of in virtual mode, unfortunately, because it was during the COVID crisis. And so we had our face-to-face meeting in January this year, and so we'll probably end with the deliveries end of this year, so we have still 3 physical meetings in order to be able to deliver what we need to deliver. Thank you. Now I hand over to Stefan. Thank you.
Thank you, Claude. Thank you for this introduction. Very useful, because now I plan to present one case where we see we are facing some challenges on existing systems, and in the case of the VDMO2, this is really an old one, I would say, there for a while. Okay, so just a quick reminder. We use VDMO2 everywhere. That's used for the mandate in Europe. That's used in the US. It's done in many other places, and that's a system we use done more than 20 years from now. But what we see, and that's why it's a good example of what's going on with spectrum management, is that recently we faced some loss of communication at the airport. So at the airport, meaning I have an aircraft at the gate, no VDMO2 communications, which means no air traffic control, no airline operation using VDMO2. Okay, I think I have some harmful interferences with the with the comment. No, I think it works. Thank you. So the first analysis has been done saying, okay, it seems that we have harmful interferences with the system outside of VDMO2, interfering with VDMO2. And when I say that, it started like 5 or 6 years ago. It's not that long. And doing a lot of analysis, understanding what was going on, finally, we got the answer on that. It was the LED inside the airport at the gate. There were some LEDs not compliant with the FCC Part 15, to which they should be compliant, that were doing harmful interferences with the system. And the aircraft was losing completely VDL communication. But the thing is that VDMO2 is more and more used, and we realized that there were additional harmful interferences coming in, not related just to LEDs, because we said at the beginning, okay, let's fix the LED problem, and that's it, right? So we said, okay, but there are other cases, and the service providers, the NSP, did a lot of analysis to understand what was going on. And now we have cases where we have a different kind of harmful interferences. I provided two cases. First one, the fuel tankers. When the fuel tanker go close to the aircraft, we lose connectivity. We have also the airport surveillance cameras. So every hour exactly, when the camera receives an RF command to move the camera, then you lose connectivity. So different kind of harmful interferences that are just completely disrupting the VDL communications. So from a EUROCAE perspective, what are we doing with that? So the group is actively working with RTCA, AEC, with all the VDL experts, looking at, okay, what can we do? And so we said, okay, let's try to have two possibilities in mind. First one, we tried to fix the problem. But here what we are facing is that we have so many cases, so many kind of systems that can provide harmful interference that it's become very complex to get rid of all the root causes of the issue. The second possibility is adding robustness in the system. So standards are done for that, right? We identified possibility to reinforce the standard. Fine, let's do it. The problem is we are talking about avionics systems, so a VHF radio, and the problem is how can we make the upgrade into the aircraft? It takes time, it is costly for the operators, so this is not an easy move to do that. So as of today, what we are doing, we are working actively on robustness features, and in parallel looking at how can we fix the maximum of harmful interferencing systems. But it's really a complex situation, and this is still something we are working on, having not clearly right now the way forward on it. Also because updating the system means that potentially will degrade the way it works to fix that, and for something critical such as VDL mode 2, it's a problem. But in parallel of that, an activity which started, and I know there will be more precise presentation of Working Group 124 and SC242, but we see from a VDL standard group that there are more and more coordination with other EUROCAE, RTCA, AEC working groups to harmonize the standards, have a view also on this question of spectrum management, so not working in silo but more coordinating with each other, and that's where we also provided a lot of information to that working group to what is VDL mode 2 and just being sure we can prepare future. And so finally, and before getting the ball, so the thing is, VDL mode 2 is really critical. We see more and more, as I mentioned, harmful interferences, but really, as Claude said earlier, we are in a niche. In our case, we could be considered as a small system comparing to other systems which are working around, but it's very important that we protect VDL mode 2 because that's, again, critical for the communication. And definitely the work done by the ICNSS task force and what will be presented afterwards regarding SC124 and Working Group 124 and SC242 is crucial to make it work. And okay.
Thanks a lot, Stefan. And hello, everybody. In my presentation today, I would like to show you how can we protect the CNS spectrum, and more precisely, how can we do to take advantage of the spectrum that we already have, how to work with it. There is a problem with spectrum. In fact, the spectrum is a very limited resource. It's very precious. And there are already issues of the availability of the spectrum or availability of the frequencies around the world. And the ATM sector has special limitations compared with another sectors more powerful. Telephony is a very good example that we are all competing against the same spectrum. So in order to beat this lack of frequencies, there are two possible solutions. One of is increasing the availability of frequencies and spectrum, which is too complicated to say the least, because it's almost impossible. And the other one should be use the frequencies in a more efficient way. We can do that. So this is an example of VHF. If you have a look, the two graphics that we have, the first two graphics, the use of the CSC frequency that we can see that is widely used, overpopulated in Europe, but it seems to be completely unused in the rest of the world. And on the contrary, if we move to the third graphic, we can see that in Europe we are not using another frequencies. So this is put here in order to highlight two things. That if we are able to coordinate in a global way the use of the frequencies, we could take advantage of the frequencies that we have, and that the frequencies are driven by the ground infrastructure. So we think that the space base of the frequencies is one of the best options that we have to deal with the problem that we have with the frequencies. The IS integrated CNS and spectrum target architecture is in line with the CESAR master plan program for the long term, consisting in 3 layers: the performance-based applications, the backbone of future infrastructures in the frame of multi-data link, multi-constellation, multi-frequency, ADSB, and SWIM also, and all supported by the minimum operating network of infrastructure. We have seen how we have evolved from ground structures to space ones. The navigation is maybe the best example, that we were used to have a ground system, ground radio aids, like the traditional ILS, DMA boards, and we have seen how we moved to the global navigation satellite systems such as GPS, Galileo, or also satellite-based augmentation systems such as EGNOS, WAS. On the other hand, we have seen also this evolution in surveillance, where we are already used to have the satellite-based ADSB, and we understand that in the communications is going to happen the same. Although we already have satellite-based communication like IRIS or SATCOM, the VHF is a candidate to go to space and a candidate to have supported by satellite-based communication, VHF for voice and VHF for data. So we think that the proper use of the CNAs based in space can be the solution of the spectrum, the problem of the spectrum that we have. The space-based services will allow global coverage without the limitation of the orography or the boundaries or the limitation of the ground infrastructures. Also, the integrated services will decrease the number of frequencies necessary, making a smart use of the frequencies. We mean by integrated services coordination at a global level. And finally, we all in the ATM community agree that we need to make a rational use of the spectrum, but when we have the chance to come together to a common position, we are not able to do that. And this is the sample of the satellite-based VHF, which is to be discussed in the World Radio Conference by the end of this year. There is one point in the agenda, the 1.7, that deals with the fact that we can approve the use of for the full band of partial band, and we are not able to find a common position altogether. So it's everything about finding solutions together. We need to coordinate. And I want to finalize with this slide. This is my last slide summarizing that the ATM market is very specific, and other markets much more powerful are fighting all together for the same frequencies. The frequencies, as I've said, are very limited, and we all want to use them. And we strongly believe that the ICNS spectrum and the space-based CNS can be the solution to the spectrum issues that we are facing in the ATM industry. So the ATM community must regulate, protect, and use the full UTM spectrum as much as possible. This is the solution. So let's work together to make this happen. And that was all on my side. Thank you very much.
So I'll attempt to wrap some further context on the arguments that my fellow panelists here have made about spectrum. And it's some anecdotes or anecdotal comparisons which some of you who might have attended the Spectrum Summit last December may recall. And I think it's important to sort of say from the outset that what we're talking about here is energy. It's coming through those walls, certainly outside, it's most certainly inside here as well. And it's important to understand that there's not just our own view of the world, but there's a context, there's an environment right out there that increasingly we have to consider. So the anecdote that I'm trying to put forward here is one of real estate. I've put up on this slide a picture dating back some time now, about somewhere in the Middle East, Dubai if I'm not mistaken. And the point here is not the actual names of the buildings, but the fact that there was pretty much nothing else around it. Free reign, a lot of real estate around it, access to all natural resources, being it for transport in and out of the location, electricity, services, etc. So this is back in the 80s. I was a kid back then, but fast forward 3 decades after this, the environment has changed quite a lot. But the building, note the arrow, is still there. It's just that they have to cope with new neighbors, new rules, new infrastructure going on around them. And I'm trying to put this forward to put the point forward that change in spectrum, like most other things in life, takes time. It takes a long time. But when the change comes, it happens very quickly. So you have to be prepared for that. You have to have some sort of vision, a plan, a strategic plan. Fact of life, the economics of it all, when demand outstrips supply, you start leasing out or subletting your estate. Same happens with spectrum. It's got value, monetary value. And when new neighbors come into the equation, again, guess what? The rule book starts changing. The amount of preparation, coordination, access to resources, competition even for these resources intensifies. All of these hold in the world of spectrum. Now, like I say, you can't see the spectrum, it's all around us, but it's real and present. These issues are real and present. So what do we do to prepare ourselves for that change in environment all around us? And the first thing in the rule book is, well, basically keep your house in order, guys. We have to keep our own house in order. There is a front for a consistent way of engaging other sectors that are using spectrum, those that we are sharing with it already, and those who are our neighbors, new neighbors. We also need to equip our operators with the right information to make the right decisions on when to invest, how to invest, what's available on the shelf, what will be available on the shelf. And all this pointing up to, we have to ensure that the standards that we're talking about are still relevant and fit for purpose. So what are we doing about all this? Well, in recent times, last year, we've come up with, we've managed to institute a new joint committee with EUROCAE and RTCA. So this is aviation's response pretty much to how do we get our house in order. So let's have a good hard look at our own standards, see how they match up in today's environment, see where the gaps are, if any, and then do something about it or recommend how to plug those gaps. The committee started nigh on a year ago now already, so we are well down that route. It's constituted of about 45, 50-ish, we're floating. Industry experts coming from all walks of life, regulators, airframers, radio manufacturers, operators, CAAs. It's important to note that while it's very well attended, what we're increasingly finding is that we are a rare breed. There are not that many experts in the field of spectrum, at least in aviation. So we have to ensure that we use our resource correctly and that we engage our own sector to ensure we know where those gaps are. So the ultimate product of this activity will be a set of guidelines, guidance documents, almost train-the-trainer type activities where you can, developers for CNS systems are able to have a good hard look at their own MOPs, see where these gaps are, and then rely on current best practice to plug these gaps. It's a process, and it's a learning process as well, so there's a feedback loop, and I'll speak about that in a while. So in practice, what we'll be doing is starting from the standards documents themselves, the MOPs, and applying what we know are up-to-date ITU and ICAO recommendations. Having a good hard look at the environment out there, the spectrum environment, new entrants, both within aviation, frankly, and also those outside. And applying new guidance to these documents. Now, there are those which are in the process of being prepared, new standards. But there's also a lot of legacy material that needs to be brought up to speed. So we'll be addressing both those categories. A quick look at the faces behind, the names behind the leadership at least. And this is not just to show you that we're all dashingly good looking and all this. We come from a very different cross-section of the sector. Among us here in the leadership, as well as in the actual working groups, are people from regulators, airframers, equipment manufacturers. We are from across the board, so it's important to keep this richness in experience to ensure that whatever guidance is implementable, but also has a touch of reality in it. I'll say a couple of words about the World Radio Conference. This being a very important year in the Spectrum calendar, being the World Radio Conference coming up in November in Dubai. And I can't bring up in the time available in this symposium all the agenda items related to aviation, but I'll pick up on two in particular, one of which was mentioned by Juan just before me. And the reason I bring this up is because it's important to realize that they are a mixture of contentious subjects like FSS, and I'll speak about this in a second, and the most obvious ones like 1.7, space-based VHF. It has the promise on the face of it to provide quite compelling operational benefits. So why is it so difficult to come up to agreement on a global scale? And this is because we have to look not only inside our own environment, but outside as well. So we're trying to protect our own systems, but we have to also afford protection to other users outside our bands, and that is where the difficulty in getting consensus sometimes appears. So the agenda item is quite nicely worded and generally worded. We find a new allocation for space services in or part of our band. But the reality is that it's in aviation's interest to consider the whole band. We can't set precedents for the use of non-safety services in safety allocated spectrum. Very similar story for agenda item 1.8, and again, in very, very brief terms, this is the use of a very different part of the spectrum, which is usually non-aviation, the fixed satellite services. There is no safety allocation or no safety allocated spectrum in this part of the spectrum band. So the use of C2 links in this comes with some potential benefits, but also with a lot of risks. And we are walking a very, very tight rope in trying to ensure that we try and use the spectrum effectively and efficiently, like we were saying earlier, but also that we use it safely. I'll conclude my thoughts here with an example, which is, although not formally treated in this next World Radio Conference, is becoming very quickly a global issue, and that's interference to the SATNAV, GNSS services. The reason I put this up here as a topic to discuss is because while, going back to my thought initially, spectrum is a long game. Things take a long time to happen, but when they happen, they just happen instantly. Measurements taken by our colleagues here at Airbus from GNSS receiver investigations turned up about, can't see the figure very well, but it's just under 11,000 radio frequency interference events in 2021. The year later, that figure was closer to 50,000, almost a five-fold increase. So if left unchecked, a problem does not manage itself. It just becomes worse, and that's a very concerning trend. And there's a need to ensure we've got correct standards, our house is in order, that we are all engaging as a community with those services outside our band. One more point I'll make about this is that problems specifically for GNSS interference are insidious. We don't necessarily see the interference, in fact we don't, but we definitely see the effects. And the problem is, if they go unreported, you can't do anything about it. You don't know how serious the problem is, you don't know how often it happens, geographically where, so it's important to have this sort of data and then do something about it. As a very last remark for wrapping up the context on this subject is one I started off with, human resources. We are quite a small group of experts at the end of the day. I meet them very often in different forums, wearing different hats, and it's important to recognize that we are often dealing with other sectors who have way more spectrum resource and a big budget. So we have to ensure that we are joined up internally as a community and also do our homework right in order to go with convincing arguments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I have the toughest job because I am the last panelist of the first session after lunch. So I need to find ways to keep you awake, and I'm sure I'll do that. And I'm also not an expert on a spectrum, so you're asking yourself, why are you there? Well, maybe to give you a little bit of a slightly different perspective, because I'm always fascinated when I hear, from experts, all the possibilities that we have. And I'm also very optimistic to see that we have solutions. However, all of this has a cost, and who's going to pay? You're welcome. So, but it's not only about cost, of course. It's about safety, mainly, I would say. And I have prepared a short presentation, which is not too short, but I'll try to make it short and try to get to the more meaningful points. Clearly, as we understand, spectrum is a key asset for commercial aviation. We cannot do like I was doing sometimes when I was flying the aircraft that was shown on the picture on the panel before lunch. You don't remember what it was, but you can guess. Where we would turn all the radio off and fly VFR somewhere low level in Italy. It was fun, but no, we cannot do that anymore. I don't think they do it in the military anymore in any case. We need spectrum, we need CNS, we need to have the right equipment on board. And therefore we depend on reliable access to radio frequency spectrum. Now, one thing that we also need to consider is that, as we said, it's about safety mainly, because the spectrum that we need to use needs to be reliable and needs to be protected from cybersecurity risks. We witnessed a major cybersecurity attack. I'm not telling a secret, I guess, at Eurocontrol last week, right? And guess what we used to keep the system going? The ATFM network. Do you even remember what it is? I'd almost forgotten, right? So we think
we can be very advanced in new solution, but unless we protect them from cybersecurity attacks, it's going to be very difficult. So we're also aware that there is a limited capacity and that we compete with other industry on accessing the spectrum. So let's start by the technical challenges. If I can move this forward. Nothing. Sorry. Here. So, technical challenges. We're moving towards an expected VHF comms shortage and saturation, as it was mentioned by the other colleagues. VDL expected to be saturated by 2030. Think about the growth forecast that we have. 10% above 2019 levels in 2025. Okay, high demand. So we don't certainly want VHF to preclude us from growing, although maybe from an environmental perspective this could be a good thing. We also are introducing new ways of operating, new solutions, ATM solutions such as trajectory-based operation. These require certain capabilities. These require certain equipment that will put more pressure on VHF communication. And don't forget, we still have a low available number of frequency for 25 kilohertz spacing channels in root sectors in Europe, mainly. We also are looking forward towards a shortage, we are expecting a shortage in navigation aids frequency. ILS and DME are already highly compressed, and also new technologies integration in limited spectrum is an issue. And then, no need to tell about the 5G saga, right? I mean, you all know what happened in the United States. It became quickly a safety issue, but I still cannot get my head around how it was possible that somebody just switched on 5G antennas around airports without any due consideration for what the effect would be on aviation. We are asked to have safety management system. We are asked to make risk assessment for anything, even for, whatever. So how is it possible that somebody just decided to switch on 5G communication antennas around airports? The cost to the industry, yes, there were technical solution. Of course, we had to change all the radio altimeters. 637 million just in the US. And now we are looking at 6G, which is going to give us great connectivity, but let's be careful because from what I understand, there's a potential impact on aircraft weather radar. So do we really want to change all aircraft weather radar across the world? Well, you better start preparing to go on holiday by train or by car next time because, the price of the ticket will definitely go up. And plus, we certainly do not want to have a period where we cannot fly in bad weather because we stopped flying in Europe basically the entire winter. And then, as my colleague from Eurocontrol has said, we are extremely worried about GNSS interference because of the effect, because of the unpredictability of the GNSS interference as well. And these are the technical challenges that I think were discussed at length also by my colleagues. No, I need to go back. Sorry, I'm having... Well, there's one slide missing. I'll just illustrate to you. There are also commercial challenges. So we said that we are fighting to a certain extent with the telecom industries with regards to the spectrum. So I did something. I went to look. I have it in my notes here. I went to look at how do we compare versus telecom in terms of GDP contribution. And I'm not telling you the number, but we are more or less at the same level. So we cannot argue that we are more important than them. They cannot argue that they are more important than us, but there are two things that make us different. The first one is the fact that we need the spectrum for safety reasons, and not only for commercial ones like they do. And the second one is that they are much more agile in adapting to new technologies and embracing new technological developments. In aviation, good luck with it. It takes more than 10 years to have new standards and regulations sometimes. And we love to have many solutions that overlaps. From one side, I need to admit that this is because we need to keep all the airplanes flying, because clearly the cost of an airplane is not the cost of an iPhone, and we need to keep an airplane flying for many more years than we keep an iPhone in our pocket, right? But on the other hand, I once heard from a colleague from NSPs, in Germany, we have 5 radars covering all airspace. So we are extremely safe. Yes, so if we have 10, we are safer, which means we need to start rationalizing. Otherwise, we'll never get out of the problem. If we introduce new technology, we need to be brave enough to abandon old technology. So, trying to find myself back in the presentation, which is not exactly the same as I have in my notes, but we're back to where I am. IATA has a formal position on frequency spectrum in civil aviation. We are an advocacy organization, so we will advocate according to our position, which is contained in what we call our URATS, user requirement for air traffic services. It is agreed with other stakeholders, clearly, and we work together with NSPs, with everybody. I think we have the same principles. And the first thing that we're asking to states is to protect aviation frequency spectrum from harmful radio interference. Number one, safety, like always. To ensure comprehensive proof that allocation do not adversely impact the aviation industry. Airline operational stakeholders are requested to report harmful radio interference to their national frequency and aviation authorities, and particularly interference with GNSS. In order to be able to do this, Eurocontrol is doing a tremendous job, and we thank you for that, in trying to identify where the hotspots are. But we need a better common taxonomy for reporting this type of event, because this is what is missing at the moment. We're having problems in understanding the magnitude of the events, in comparing them, and therefore getting to the root cause of the problem. And I get to my conclusion, don't worry, almost finished. So what shall we consider for the future to have an optimized spectrum? To states, supranational authorities, policymakers, we ask that they ensure that frequency spectrum is properly managed, guaranteeing access to aviation to meet the anticipated demand, especially if we are asked from policymakers to have new technologies, more unmanned air vehicles flying around, which rely much more on no human intervention, and therefore they rely much more on avionic equipment and communication equipment, that the spectrum, the aviation spectrum, is protected and that interference is avoided when frequencies are allocated to other industry, which means that even them should be performing a risk assessment, an impact assessment before the WRC proposition in general accepted, but especially the WRC 23 proposition that are coming closer. And then we see the need, as market competition for spectrum increases, that aviation adopts new technology quickly, but is able to rationalize, to abandon old technologies that are not needed anymore. We are lagging behind in terms of involvement and engagement in the political and technological side. We are lagging behind the telecom industry, and we are being seen, you know, as these guys, old guys, they are a secondary problem. We need to have right incentive and fast-track mechanism that are necessary to speed up adoption of new CNS system and services. We need more agile regulatory and standardization mechanism. This is not a criticism. We know how difficult it is in Europe. We have a very good standardization and regulatory system. We just need to make it a bit faster. And I would like to conclude by thanking EUROCAE. The work of Working Group 1 to 4 is certainly appreciated and will be useful to improve the spectrum efficiency and to increase the excellent safety margins that we already have in aviation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for this very accurate presentation. So we are in the heart of the topic. And I just get a question from the floor, maybe. So pending the question, if any, on the floor. No question? Okay. I have one. I don't know who would like to take it. Yesterday we talked about sustainability. And we'd like to have your feeling about the contribution of spectrum efficiency to the sustainability and the usage of spectrum regarding aeronautical world. So who would like to take this question? Giancarlo?
I can do that, although I just stopped talking, but sustainability is close to my heart and to our heart as airlines for sure. I mentioned something quickly and I would like to come back to that. Clearly, the major breakthrough in terms of environmental sustainability will come with new technology. But new technology is linked to spectrum because when you install new propulsion system on board an aircraft, for example, you need to be able to monitor its performance. And the way to monitor its performance today is through continuous communication between the engines and the ground. And this is an area where we already have issues because we have limited spectrum for this type of communication. So what will happen when we'll try to introduce new propulsion systems such as electrical propulsions, hydrogen propulsion will come in the next few years, we will need to have even more data because these are less known technologies, the one that we had before. Therefore, we need to ensure that the spectrum support this type of activity. And then we have clearly the more ATM related environmental benefits that we can achieve, such as trajectory-based operations that will allow us to do more continuous descent operations, more continuous climb operations, and this requires to have spectrum. So there is clearly a link, although it may not be seen so directly.
Thank you very much. Maybe another question. We are often stating that we are looking for new spectrum, for new allocation, for our own use, but we are not, we say, speaking clearly about all the decommissioning for old systems. Do you have an idea on that? John, you take the floor.
Well, I'll start by saying that going to our earlier point, spectrum is an insidious subject. You see you don't see interference, but you see its effects. And the more systems we have crammed on the same aircraft, going back to the question we had, 30 or so antennas on the same aircraft, it's a farm. So we have to be, borrowing your word, courageous enough to be able to start the commissioning. But it doesn't happen at the drop of a hat. It's not instant. Looking back at the way major events, so we spoke about 5G, we spoke about even 6G, isn't expecting, yes, wait for it. Every decade there's one major issue to solve. So whether it was 2G, 3G in the L-band initially, the decade after there was 4G LTE with S-band radars, with the remediation program. This decade was 5G, and the next one will be 6G with weather radars. So we have to be a step ahead of that curve, and in order to get our house in order, we have to be able to envision what that environment is around us, but also look back and start decommissioning those systems which we feel are either redundant or which have another, a redundant role. From the point of view of spectrum survivability, a lot of, talking about GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite, and the key is in satellite. It's a very, very, very small signal to start off with, and very vulnerable to outside jamming, whether it's intentional or unintentional. And again, it's all in strategically preparing for this. So I scoured in my brain to find words in the English dictionary. So it's preparation, promulgation. Prepare for these events beforehand. We we often say we were surprised by 5G. Did it come out of nowhere? No, we knew about it 10 years ago, even 15 years ago. But as a sector, we're often complacent, and it's almost an inbuilt complacency that we need to get over. So by working together in a forum just like, for example, SC towards Working Group 124 is where we start trashing out those issues, so we can have a strategic solution to the problem rather than sticky plasters on sticky plasters.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe for one question. Okay, thank you. Okay, regarding the space-based VHF, the question is business-oriented. Do you see, I will say, an economic viability of such model? Because today, I will say, we have an established terrestrial with some main actors like CETA, ARANC, and so on. So how do you see the business model for such space-based VHF?
Thank you for the question. Our studies have focused on the economical profitability of the VHF communication. It's not that much important of the profitability, which indeed is positive, but to the fact that according to ICAO, if we are able to have surveillance and communication in one point, we will be able to provide radar separation anywhere. So the fact that there is a lack of communication in oceanic areas, on continental remote areas, induces us to tell that this service will be needed, well, in fact is needed by the community, and the service will be provided to a navigation service provider that will be able to provide radar-like separation in oceanic areas. So in our point of view, there is possibility for commercialization. It will be work.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Heiner? But it's off. It is off. Thank you. Yes. So one of the questions is, could we influence 6G standards to use it for lower safety critical application, such as general aviation or AOC? Stefan?
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Claude. I think I can take this question. The use of links, alternate links, than what we were discussing, like VHF, SATCOM, can already be used for AOC, for relieving the stress we have on the safety links. There are also ongoing initiatives to see, okay, how we could move some of the different some of the safety traffic as well on these kind of links, according to proper measures to deal with that. What is true is that we have a whole industry working on 5G, potentially 6G, later on standards coming in, and we cannot ignore that. We need to use it for the communication, like it's done today for some of the passenger data. So using that and how to determine the best use we can do on these kind of links, also keeping in mind that we need to secure the existing links we have, like VHF, SATCOM, for what is related to safety.
Okay. John, you want to complement, or it's okay? Okay. Thank you. Okay, another question. How could we mod HEN or LDAX help to improve the spectrum issues? That's true that we get allocation from LDAX, we'll say 10 or 12 years ago, but nothing happened yet. So who want to take this question about MODEN or LDAX helping to improve spectrum issues? John, thank you.
I'll have a go. Well, that comes to the heart of the problem, is that in aviation we'd like to think very often that we actually own the spectrum, but in actual fact we are tenants in a strict sense. We fought very well and hard about a decade and a half ago for the L-band spectrum to have that allocation on the pretext and on the expectation, the anticipation even, that we would have a new system to support data link operations, bring more bandwidth for safety services. Fast forward 15 years down the line, maybe even 60 by now, and we don't have a system deployed or nowhere even near standardized. And there are a host of reasons for that happening, which we do not necessarily have to go into today, but the point to note is that the precedent that sets and the optics of it from the outside in is that aviation is not being as frugal or as efficient as we can be with our own spectrum. And I think we have an opportunity here, a risk, but an opportunity at the same time with space-based VHF to show that it can be done properly, and that we know that we don't only commission systems which are paper systems, but that can bring operational benefit. But again, going back to our initial subject, it has to be done communally. We have to make sure that we have to be courageous enough to stand up in an environment where aviation is usually, considering the wide effect and influence of our services, is actually a small partner in the global sense of spectrum management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take the last question, and so we close the session. How can we overcome the risk of the ITU of selling off our frequency bands? At state level, frequency management and civil aviation are separated. So I will take this one. Not an easy one, but my point of view is that during ITU WRC, states are the voice, okay? And in the given states, you have a spectrum regulator, you have civil aviation, you have industries. So it's a question for me of, I will say, between bracket, lobbying. As aviation community, we need to lobby with civil aviation, the state. And this is a message we can try to convey through airlines, through all the participants, in order to convince the state that aeronautical needs spectrum and need to protect this safety spectrum. This is paramount for us. So I propose to close here the session. So I would like really to thank all the speakers and the participants for their contribution. So many thanks for all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Tuk. I'm a technical program manager at EUROCAE. And over the past today, we have gone through the 7 outstanding panels. And I welcome you to the last panel of this year's EUROCAE Symposium, the Cooperative Advancement in Artificial Intelligence. And we have with us today the diverse panel with the different sectors and perspective on AI in aviation. Before we start, so I would like to welcome our moderator, Thomas, to the stage. And Thomas, with his solid experience in as a traffic air controller, also in the international department at SkyGuide, and also at Scanso. So I believe that we're grateful, and we believe that we're going to have the effective discussion and insightful direction. Thanks so much.
So good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, it was a bit of a rough check. So, Tuk mentioned it. My name is Thomas Buchanan. I am International Affairs at SkyGuide. But I'm sitting here today for CANSO, the Civil Air Navigation Services Organization. And I'm sitting here also as the chair of what they call the Technical and Operational Group. It's my great pleasure to moderate this panel, Artificial Intelligence in Aviation, featuring presentations from some of the leading organizations in the field. We are honored to have with us today representatives from EASA, IFATCA, Honeywell and Collins, who will share with us their insights and experiences on how artificial intelligence is transforming aviation. Artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the way we work, live and travel. In aviation, it is playing a crucial role in enhancing safety, efficiency and sustainability. From the design and manufacturing of aircraft to the air traffic control, maintenance and operations, AI is being deployed across entire aviation ecosystems to optimize performance, reduce costs and mitigate risks. EASA, as the European Union's safety agency, is the forefront of promoting the safe integration of AI into aviation. IFATCA, the International Federation of Air Traffic Controllers Associations, representing 50,000 air traffic controllers worldwide, is instrumental in ensuring that AI is deployed in a way that enhances rather than compromises air traffic safety. Honeywell and Collins are two of the leading aerospace companies that are leveraging AI to transform aviation. In this panel, we'll hear from experts about the latest trends, challenges, opportunities in AI and in aviation. We'll learn about regulatory frameworks, technical standards, and best practices that are shaping development and deployment of AI in aviation. We will also discover how AI is being used to optimize operations on both the airborne and ground side, including in air traffic control and management. So without further ado, let's begin this fascinating journey into the world of AI in aviation. I invite our distinguished panelists to take the floor and share with us their insights and experiences. Let's make this an engaging, interactive discussion that will inspire us all to explore the potential of AI and to make aviation safer, more efficient, more sustainable. Thank you. That all sounded quite great. Now, I'm not an expert in AI, and I must admit it here. So what did I do? I went on to ChatGPT, and what you just heard here is all automated. It sounds pretty good. Pretty good. There are a lot of repetitions in there, but that's the way it is. Anyway, I would like to welcome with me on the panel today, and this is now the real brain, not artificial intelligence. First of all, Pavel Golcharek, who is Principal Scientist and Technology Portfolio Manager at the EU-based Cockpit Systems Technology at Honeywell Airspace since 2006. And since 2016, he leads R&D on speech recognition, voice control, natural language processing, and is also involved in machine learning and machine reasoning projects. Eric Gasselin, a senior cybersecurity and AI engineer, and performs AI activities on the avionics system. He is responsible for the cybersecurity activities of the onboard information management system of the A350 and the AID product line. He holds a doctorate carried out in Collins Aerospace on ACAR's intrusion detection systems using anomaly detection. For those present at yesterday's gala dinner, you also already know that Eric is an active member of EUROCAE Working Group 114 for AI in aviation. Maybe I'll have to rewrite this text next time. Mark Baumgartner, who is an operational air traffic controller and center supervisor in Geneva ACC, and has been there for the last 25 years. He's the former president and CEO of IFATCA, the International Federation of Air Traffic Controllers. He coordinates the CSAR and the EASA activities of IFATCA and represents the association in the governance body of CSAR Free Joint Undertaking. And finally, Guillaume Soudin, who has been working for EASA since 2006 and started as a software and airborne electronic hardware expert in charge of the software aspects of certification. Since 2018, he has been leading the EASA Task Force on Artificial Intelligence with the objective of implementing the EASA AI roadmap, and in 2022, he has taken his current role of EASA AI Program Manager. Furthermore, he is also an active member of the joint EUROCAE Working Group 114 and SAE Group 34 Working Group on Artificial Intelligence. I want this to be an interactive presentation. You do have Slido. Ask any questions you want. I'll just relay them to the experts. I've got a very easy role here. But anyway, without any further ado, I'd like to ask Pavel if you can deliver your speech.
Thank you, Thomas. So, for the beginning, I must say that I will not tell you any surprise. So, being at the last panel, many of these issues have been already addressed, but I would still like to take a chance and frame it in the frame of the industrial provider. How do we see it? So, currently there is many trends in AI that is driving the industry, that is driving the society, that is driving our daily lives. And we see three particular ones that are very key for the development of the AI in aerospace. So the first one is, of course, autonomy. So autonomy with increased air traffic, with the increasing complexity of the data to be processed, with expecting new pilots that are coming, with new entrants in the airspace, this all calls for new solutions in autonomy. The second big trend is a digital transformation or digitalization. So how do we transfer the current processes, the current technologies into form that is human, that is machine readable, that is digitized and can be used for the automation. And the third big megatrends that we see is the trust. So how do we build trust of the users to AI? How do we build the trust of the pilots to AI? How do we build trust of the regulatory bodies that the AI solution is robust, that is resilient enough, and can be used in the cockpit? So these three big megatrends are leading us to some potential solutions how we can introduce the AI in the cockpit. So I try to sort them into three categories. So the first one is something which is just literally behind the door. So it's for the current cockpit operations, for the current crew, current daily operations that they are performing every day. So here we see a potential of AI for the operations or for introduction of the new modalities. So we see the introduction of the touchscreen in the cockpit. We see slowly using of some simple voice commands for the non-critical operations. There can be some decision aiding assistants that are based on some rule-based systems, or last but not least, there are systems that can be used off the current cockpit. So for the portable devices, for the EFBs, for the maintenance, etc. So this is for the current cockpit operations. The next phase, which is probably the most interesting for the researcher community, is for the simplified cockpit operations. So here the good representative is the extended minimum crew operations. So when we will have just one pilot for some certain period of time during the flight, we need to back up this period by some additional means. So we need to monitor the flying pilot if he is in the right situation. So we need to have a technology that is able to say that pilot is healthy, that is vigilant, that operates as expected. We need a couple of the pilot assistants, either for the ATC communication, for managing the flight path, for monitoring the aircraft, etc. And we will probably need also already some certified level of the AI for that. Further in the future, to more autonomous operation. So these are the typically the applications that are related to higher levels of the AI, like the level 2B or 3, as defined by EASA. So there shall be the applications for the more complex operations. So we need some assistants that can take inputs from multiple sources, reason some information, provide it to the pilot, have some interaction with the pilot, cooperate with the pilot, and in a broader sense, this is the whole human-machine teaming concept. So this is for the really further in the future. So this is all nice. If I should summarize the challenges, they are the usual ones that you have for a zillion times already. So first one is data. Do we have enough data? Do we have the right data? Do we have a reliable data? So this is all about the data. The second one, regulatory compliance. The question, how do we transition the technologies that we see in our daily lives into the cockpit environment, so into critical domain, safety critical domain, and how we do it in a timely manner that the other research in a commercial domain is not going that fast. Another two ones, the cybersecurity, it relates in this context for the data. So how do we protect training data and how we make sure that we have the right and not corrupted data. And last but not least, as I'm a human factors person, it's about the user. How do we build trust of the users into this technology, and how we protect the data and keep the privacy. So that's in a nutshell for me. I'm looking forward for your questions. The main challenge, as I put it down for us, is to how the safety critical environment can benefit from these new technologies. So that's a top one challenge for us at this moment.
Thank you, Pavel. Okay, so I hope Pavel has convinced you that AI has generated a lot of interest in the industry. Tackled all the challenges and the potential use of it. So I will talk about the WG114. When WG114 started in 2019 in August, just before COVID strike. So most of the work has been done remotely. But anyhow, we managed to do it jointly also with SAE, the group G34. So as you probably know, AI is a broad topic. So we decide first to build a document called Statement of Concern in order to scope at least the first iteration of the standard, right? So this document is already published on the EUROCAE portal. I think it's ER 022, if I'm not wrong. And from this document, it defines all the structure of the working group, how we separate all the subgroup, and from then we had to do a kickoff meeting with the first kickoff meeting with SAE to join with them and convince them that our statement of concern was the right way to move forward, and then it has been quite accepted, and that's the way we work since then. So we can say why another standard? Maybe that's a good question. We have a lot of standards. So one of the question is, okay, but with AI, what could go wrong? First of all, okay. But what can go wrong? There is some example there, but let me give you a very simple example. I bought a few months ago a dust collector, so a robot that collect the dust, and it was working properly for 6 or 7 months. He learns all the room by itself and was doing a good job. And someday, arrived at home, it was lying downstairs, broken. So he took the wrong turn and was broken. So can we afford that for an aircraft? I think the answer is quite obvious. So from there, if we look at the gap that we identified for what is going wrong with the AI, you will recognize on your left all great standard that already exists, that has been worked by our predecessor, and actually still working on some of them to update them. So the idea was, okay, what is tackled by the standard for doing a system that is embedding AI, and what is not tackled? So, of course, we have the ED79, which tackle the system aspect of a system. We have the ED80 and ED12C for hardware and software development that tackle all the development and verification aspect of those systems. But we can ask, okay, we have the predefined requirements that are understandable. We give that to the software, they develop, and they refine them and they develop them, right? So if we have an ML model, for example, can we use the 0321? And the answer is, what about the data-driven aspect of machine learning? So, to be short, the idea of WG114 is that let's walk around a concept, which is a machine learning development lifecycle, which comply with what Guillaume will explain you later about the learning assurance concept that has been introduced by the EASA in their guidance. So we work toward that. That's the novelty. That's the room that was not filled by ED79 and ED12C. How Collins are involved in that, I will give a few words for Collins also. So today we can define on two axes what is the challenge we have with ML model is that some model will be very low in complexity or very high in complexity, and on the other axis you will have low criticality and high criticality system. So I think we need to crawl before we walk and before we run. So we worked on developing some verification aspect and working with the authorities. So mainly the EASA. So Guillaume, I think you will talk about the IPC that we did on formal methods. And also with the FAA to get them progress. We know that they are a bit behind the European, I think, regulation on that topic. So we have them to progress on that, and it's how Collins today are involved in this aspect. So, yep. So, question later, don't hesitate. It would be a pleasure to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, maybe a show of hands. How many, or let's put it like this, we didn't do a Slido presentation and things like this. Changes in the operation environment of an air traffic control unit. Who thinks it's 5 a year? Who thinks it's 30 a year? Who thinks it's 100 a year? So I have no opinion. Sorry for that. They're all Slido, huh? So, okay. So now just to tell you, we have in an average en route control center like I'm working, up to 50 changes a year. That means every week you have something. Which changes can be technology, can be procedure, it can be the working patterns, things like this. Any kind of session when you work at the radar, in a tower or in an en route center, is changing. So you can't actually repeat what you did just the hour before. It changes all the time. There's a dynamic environment. And I think that is just to let maybe the audience know we are actually masters of change. Even if sometimes we have a reputation to be opposed to change, like any other human beings, we actually are living the change in our daily business. And that is also that we are then sometimes a bit critical, because we could be seen as experts of change when the change proposed is not fulfilling our expectation. And as a federation, as a professional organization representing air traffic control around the world, we have actually worked every time we heard something new is coming, new technology, new procedure. We have tried to imagine where we would be with our profession, how and what would be our role for the future. And these you see reflected here goes back even further, but I have found only the documents around the beginning of 2000. We have also started to embrace artificial intelligence, new technologies, digitalization in air traffic management around 2018 by organizing, inviting those we thought were the most advanced when it comes to these topics. Now, a lot of people have catched up, and we are very happy that we also hopefully be able to contribute to these very important changes, because we think the new technologies, including machine learning and artificial intelligence, have the potential to change our air traffic management environment like radar did. So in the past, you didn't see the aircraft represented on a radar. You had to imagine, and on some of the oceanic areas, you still imagine where the aircraft is, where you don't have ADS-B or where you don't have radar. You just imagine and you push little shrimp boat, they said in the past, but nowadays it's paper strip, and you actually extrapolate the reality. So when radar came, we didn't have to do that anymore, and now with ADS-B we also see now a different position over vast territories we didn't see before. But that was a revolution. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, has really the potential to move us to the next, whatever level we may call it. Therefore, we have created a group with some air traffic controllers who have a scientific background, and we have started to publish papers in conferences, in publications, looking at various aspects of what we think are the challenging when it comes to introduction of artificial intelligence in air traffic control. You see here one is human and AI teaming in air traffic control. I will talk about another one, which is saying that we have to reduce the gap between the designers and the practitioners, because we need to start from the very scratch when we design these new tools, that there is some sort of operational input and involvement. So we argue that it can only exist in a successful way if it's a socio-cognitive system, and we really need to reduce from the outset the distance between those who are designing the system of the future and those who will be using it. And that then also includes yes, that then also includes that we are open for things we don't like. We don't like complexity. We are used to complications, but we don't like complexity, because we don't know the infinite number of interactions, emergent properties. You can't actually eradicate all these things by imagination. You have first to let the system do the things before you realize what's coming. And another thing is the uncertainties. We don't really know to the 100% what is coming. So we need to create systems which can cater for uncertainties. And the surprises here, for those who see it, it's an elephant. So we also need to cater for things which for some of us is not imaginable, to have an elephant on the runway, but that is a daily business for some of our members we represent. We hear a lot that artificial intelligence has the potential to replace or to eliminate part of our task. And if it doesn't succeed to do it, well, then we have the human. That, in our view, is the wrong approach. Because if you go by a strategy of eliminating until a certain point the human will not be capable. You can't afford to train him to just be the emergency whatever operator you dream, because you can't go on. So turn it around, embrace these things we don't like, try to bring them into the design, and that you can achieve if you reduce the gap between those who are designing the system, developing the system, and those who then use it in the end. So that's one of the topics we have dealt with in some of the papers we have published, and we're going to continue to work on it. Here, quickly, I am not an engineer, but I understand this topic as being also fundamental, that you have to differentiate between what is complicated, that's a linear process, and what is complex, that's not a linear process. In the sense that if you want to build an air traffic control tower, that is complicated, but it is mostly a linear process. If you manage an air traffic system, that is a complex thing. You have interactions you haven't imagined and things like this. So we have also to understand that we will move from a complicated environment into a complex environment with completely new challenges. This is something also our members will need to understand and will need also to be able to cope with that you can't train every situation. You need to be able to understand what's going on, but you can't train to the extent it's too expensive. You can't keep the currency, and so on and so forth. So basically, the message we're giving to the outside world is we think the human should remain part of the system together. It should be an enabler. It should be recognized as somebody who is there and as an integral part of it. It will most probably permit more efficient and effective operations in real time, because you can use this source of knowledge, this source of also the fears the people will have, will help you to understand what are the limits of the system you're designing. Of course, job satisfaction, and you get the people involved. And as I mentioned before, I think also to talk about these things like complexity, uncertainties, and surprises is something which is very beneficial for that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mark, and my turn to provide some perspective. I think my colleagues have set the scene with the challenges, the possibilities as well, and the risks in some way. Let's say the way we need also to tackle this challenge. So what I will present to you is quickly in 3 slides actually what we do at EASA to deal with the topic with artificial intelligence. The way we work also collaboratively, cooperatively with all the stakeholders, and that's very, very important. And then also a perspective on the way standardization is going in this field, and what we could do also even further in order to cope with the challenges. So I will not restate the challenges. Here you can see in a nutshell what we do. So the timeline at the top is the one we developed in the roadmap 1.0 that we published in February 2020. From this roadmap, you can see it's a zoom. We have at least 2 first big phases. So the first phase in green is the exploratory and first guidance development. We wanted to give ourselves time and capacity to be flexible, agile, to discuss actually about the challenges, find solutions, use research also as a driver to find a way to deal with the topic. And in that phase, the vector that we are using, you can see on the left-hand side, is a concept paper, AI. So we published an issue 1 of this concept paper in December 2021, focusing on some of the novel challenges that were highlighted by Eric as well, like learning assurance, AI explainability. That's focusing, I would say, on the system, on the intended function of the system. That was a bit of a first layer of guidance that we considered are extremely important and necessary to cope with the novelty and innovation brought by machine learning as a first scope. Then in a second issue that you can see here, we published this year in February a proposed issue 2 of this concept paper, driving objectives, guidance for human AI teaming. So Mark, you talked about it. It's one of the paradigms that is brought by AI. We see at least 3 subsequent levels. It's a scheme that helps us thinking and go stepwise. The level 1 is about assistance to the human. So it's in nature, the operation is not completely changed. That's a bit the first example that you had, Pavel. And this is where the assistance can be brought to an additional level or more capability with deep learning, for instance. Deep learning brings a lot of capacities on perception, computer vision, natural language processing aspects, and we can see that it is an enhancement of the possibility of assistance. And this is what we tackle in this level 1. The level 2 is bringing us to this additional new paradigm of human-AI teaming. We see 2 levels, cooperation, collaboration. I will not enter in details here, and we can talk about it. But the point being that the level of assistance or the level of automation brought by the system could bring a total novel way of dealing with this interface between the human and the machine, with a lot of precautions, of course, to take, and a consideration to have, of course, on the role of the human in the loop of operation. That's extremely important. Another thing you can see at the bottom is ethics-based assessment. This is a novel type of assessment that comes on top of very well-known security or safety assessment that we are managing very, let's say, from the past. Ethics-based brings really additional dimensions, and this is something we could also talk about a bit in more details through the questions. In 2023, in less than a month now, we will unveil our roadmap 2.0. So we had this roadmap that was working very well for 3 years. We were delivering so far along the plan. The plan remains the same for the first phases, but the timeline has slightly changed for some reasons. But most of all, the scope of applications we see coming has evolved drastically. We used to see machine learning, deep learning at the, let's say, at the heart of the type of applications brought by EASA applicants. Now we see more and more new types of learning, like reinforcement learning, coming our way. But most of all, symbolic AI is making its coming back, I would say, like expert systems, but not only limited to that, and the hybridation of those type of methods, let's say, of techniques that are data-driven with techniques that are more rule-based, knowledge-based. This is something we need to augment in the concept paper, and this is the main reason for going for roadmap 2.0. But at the same time, we take the chance to update the timeline based on current and updated prognostic of industry. And also, we anticipate this consolidation phase, the red phase, the phase number 2, which is the time where we will enter in rulemaking in order to transfer and translate the concept paper guidance into a set of requirements first, of course, a set of acceptable means of compliance, and creating also the hook to the standards that will be released existing at that time, with, of course, anticipation on the additional standards in preparation. This slide is very important. It sets the scene really of this cooperative effort. It's an ecosystem really working on AI. Definitely, we as that try to take a very active part with the guidance development, but that cannot be something we do in isolation. And we need definitely a number of, let's say, interfaces and interactions, in particular with use cases. So we have use cases coming from research, innovation, partnership contracts, for instance, but also from certification projects that are ongoing. And with those use cases, we test the guidance, we augment it, we refine definitions where needed, and this is also happening with the interaction we have here at the bottom on the slide with the standardization working groups effort. So, of course, very important to mention is the WG114 G34 from the joint one from EUROCAE SAE that was presented already by Eric, but that's a very, very important group. We are actively participating to it. And in the background, we have also international standardization ongoing in the ISO, and also the Sensenelec that was tasked by the EU Commission to provide the standards for the EU AI Act, so the regulation that is really at the top of all of that. So we will, of course, meet the provisions of the EU AI Act in aviation, but we have some specificities that are recognized in the current proposed text. And based on that, we need to see also how much of, let's say, the standardization has to be complemented, I would say, by all those efforts that are going on. And last but not least, on the left-hand side here, I have put some focus on research as well. Research brings a lot of new use cases. We have in particular launched the Horizon Europe MLEAP project, Machine Learning Application Approval. This is a project that aims at going deep inside the means of compliance that are really tough or sometimes not even reachable or scalable today in the learning assurance framework, in particular for robustness, for generalization guarantees, but also first and foremost for data management, data quality management in terms of completeness, representativeness of data. And that, as you could see in the previous presentations, this is the key of any machine learning or data-driven approach. From that environment, we are moving, I would say, hand in hand. Very important to mention also at the standardization level is that all what we are dealing with AI in terms of certification approval is, of course, for safety-related applications. There is a lot more flexibility probably if it's not safety-related. But in order to go for safety-related, we are going or paving a new path. No one has really created those standards yet, and this is something we do jointly all together. The last message I wanted to bring, or thing I wanted to bring, maybe to complement a bit the wish list that was brought by Patrick Key and Maria also in previous presentations, on the side of our working group. And here you can see the 4 building blocks that we have in the roadmap, in the EASA roadmap, that have slightly evolved with the concept paper proposed issue 2. The idea is to have a trustworthiness analysis first, aggregating all the assessment analysis that are needed, like the characterization of AI, safety assessment, security, information security assessment, also the ethics-based assessment. And then we have, on the right-hand side, 3, I would say, more technical building blocks. One on AI assurance that aggregates AI assurance or learning assurance, also development explainability, to provide, I would say, this intended function and focusing really on the system intended function. And then we have a novel block that used to be called explainability that has been now inflated to be called human factors for AI. That's really the place where this human-centric approach to AI is developed, where you need anyway operational explainability, but on top, for managing this human AI teaming, guidance, specific objectives have been developed, and also considerations on the modality of interaction, error management, and other aspects. The safety risk mitigation block is there to say we are dealing with innovation. We don't know what we don't know. We need to protect, actually, for this deployment of novel types of techniques, and this is what is happening in that block. The message I wanted to pass with that is the current scope that we are addressing with the WG114 and the G34 is actually pretty limited, I would say, compared to where we are now with the concept paper issue 2. So this is a discussion we will have in the coming months, I would say, to see how to deal with this extension of the scope. And that's, I would say, on the positive note, we are extremely aligned and very advanced with the standard development, and it's going very well on the side, I would say, of the AI assurance. We need to complement and think about how to integrate this additional perspective of human factors for AI and safety risk mitigation. Thanks.
Thank you all for the quick overview of where we stand. I don't know if the Slido communication is broken down. So far, I've not received any questions from your side, so feel free. Test them. I'm sure you'll get good answers, so shoot off. While we're waiting for your questions to come in, Mark, one quick question. You mentioned that you don't want to remove the human, or you can't remove the human directly. What is the implication if you follow an AI-supported advisory and something happens? Or respectively, if you decide to not follow it because it doesn't seem very clear to you and something happens? How will the AI impact your future operations?
So that's all imagination. We don't have any AIs or machine learning system per se. We have elements in the system. We are looking for something which makes our job easier, make it safer, and also assist us in things where we have limitation as a human. So if I can get all my housekeeping tasks at work, not home, automated, meaning coordination with the adjacent sector. WhatsApp communication, I call it WhatsApp communication, sorry, it's CPDLC with the pilot, but not just limited to the few things we have, okay? So that we can also start to transmit complex clearances, but also have an interaction with, for example, network management needs, but also destination extended arrival manager, meaning, I always give this as an example. The morning at 6 o'clock, I get 2 streams all going to Palma, coming from the Benelux and from Scandinavia, and this is my job with my colleagues. We align them. We make a small train going to Palma. Well, we don't know if our colleagues in Barcelona or in Palma undo our work again, and this is sometimes a bit frustrating. Okay, so we do a best effort, but it remains regionally and locally. So the support is needed. The rules, how we then gonna work with these things, is something else. So we can only imagine that there will be certain rules which have to be established, taking into account some of the limitation of the artificial intelligence, which is, it lacks common sense. You have a bias of the data you put in, you train the system with local data, you train it with local weather, but what if, do you need to know as a controller that there is one day a year you can't use the artificial intelligence advice which is given to you because the weather situation has not been trained? Do you need to know things like this? What if you then use it, still use it, because otherwise you can't bring the same performance? What kind of explainability do you need? And all these things, we are still, how to say that, imagining what is coming. From a federation's point of view, this is exactly the things we want to address. And we are coming also to accountability and liability. This is an underlying part of the question. And the accountability and liability, what we find out now, and we have published recently a paper on that, is that the so-called safety culture, which includes just culture, might not be fit anymore when we talk about artificial intelligence and machine learning, because you have a black box approach. You don't know if even with deterministic neural networks, even with deterministic things, you don't know why the algorithm came to the result. So who do you blame in case of something goes wrong? So there, do you blame the programmer? Do you blame the component? Do you blame the algorithm? Things like this do blur the line currently of a concept which to us is quite close to our heart. Annex 13, accident and incident investigation, Annex 19, safety management, and that has a fundamental power, the new technology, to actually shake up all these conventions. I have absolutely not answered your question, but I hope you find the gist of what's coming. These are really challenging questions for our profession. Thank you.
And that's probably the reason also why the ethical box is not yet in the scope of your discussions as well, so let's build on it together. We've now received 2 questions. So the first one, how do you draw the line between an upgrade of traditional algorithms and an AI solution? Where does it start, where does it end?
Yeah, maybe I can take this one. Of course, it's a difficult question. The first thing is, in terms of definitions, we can find thousands of definitions of what is AI. So no one is really trying, I think, in this group or none of the groups we have started to define AI forever. It's even a moving target, probably. But what, at least at EASA, we started doing is to say, for which type of techniques we have a hole and a gap. That's the gap that you were drawing in your presentation, Eric, compared to, let's say, the current standards we would use for system development and software and hardware development. So we started again with machine learning. We will look at other AI techniques. But where I would say we draw the line indeed is if someone is using learning techniques, we need this additional guidance. This is not the algorithm itself that decides it. I mean, the algorithm of learning does the choice, and that's where we need to complement. This is something we will do, I would say, sequentially for other techniques, and we have quite a number coming in. Yeah.
Thank you. And the next question, isn't there a risk that AI may be used as a mean to not master the complexity? I can answer. Try to answer this one. But
In fact, one interesting aspect of using at least machine learning is that you will use machine learning because you can't describe the recipe to do each step to perform a task, right? So if you can use the traditional example of finding classifying cats and dogs in picture. How do you describe the algorithm or the step to do that? So you will take pixel by pixels and trying to figure out one by one what the one that will allows you to say it's a cat, the one. So we handle this complexity by using machine learning, right? So and that's in my opinion where it becomes a bit tricky in a conservative industry like the aircraft industry. Is conservative because things works. I mean, we progress slowly, but each progress we made has made for safety. Huh? It's the first purpose of it. So that's where it becomes tricky because we want to use machine learning to handle complex problem, but we also are in a conservative industry that needs to explain why it works. So it's kind of a loop that we try to solve, and EASA has worked a lot also on that topic. So at which extent we can explain how it will work, I think that's the whole point for the moment. But yeah.
Next question. When you set up the regulatory framework, don't you see that there's a risk of constraining evolution in too tight framework? How do you keep it open to adapt to what we don't yet know?
Yeah, I guess it's a question for me. What we try to do, and that's again a lot of anticipation at this stage because we don't know where we land at the end of the day. What we try to do in the concept paper is to manage these different layers, I would say, of requirements that we may need to have some, I would say, performance-based, application-based type of requirements in the form of objectives, so that we keep very flexible the way to comply. So we kind of set the scene of what we need to reach for machine learning in particular here, but later for other techniques, which are the objectives we need to reach. And we set them in the form, for instance, of guarantees we want to give to models. If you think machine learning, not only you want the intended function to be fulfilled as we know traditionally, but also you want your model to be stable, to be robust, to be generalizable, or with capability of generalizing to inputs that are unseen at the time of development, in order to have a guarantee that this intended function will remain actually in operations. So this is the type of objectives we set. So it's very, I would say, high-level type of objectives. And then the way to comply is probably the most difficult or tricky point that we try to address in the standardization working group, and partially also through research, and that's why we started MLEAP, the research project I was mentioning, because we saw that no one had really the solution, even if research is extremely active in the field, on how to provide, for instance, generalization guarantees on machine learning, on complex machine learning model, when the dimensionality either of the data or of the model are very high. So this is the tricky challenge. But that is, for me, research and then standardization. At the level of EASA, we will keep, of course, performance-based type of requirements to avoid being prescriptive in the means of compliance.
And finally, Pavel, I don't want to keep you off the hook, so I'll ask you a question as well. How do you see the creation and implementation of new AI-driven applications? Who leads it? Is it user-driven? Is it industry-proposed? Or do you follow the EU ATM master plan, recognizing that one is about 4 years old and is going to be updated next year?
Well, yeah, it depends. So my background is a human-computer interaction. So for me, the key is a human. So we start with a human. We need to identify where is the problem, how we can help the user to define or to solve the problem. So in the past, when the AI was not that popular, so we followed the traditional way. Now where we have a new means, we can employ the AI. But at the same time, as an industrial provider, the solution must be commercially viable. So we have invented many concepts which will never ever get into the cockpit because they are just not economically feasible. To your comment of the AI roadmap or the ATM master plan, this is important for us in the terms that it gives us some assurance that the standards and the regulation will be ready by some time. So having a roadmap is really key to see that to what target we shall design each solution. So we can have a low-level AI that can enter in the cockpit right now because it's not critical function. It can be hosted on an off-board display or something. But whenever we are considering something more complex, higher level of AI, the roadmap will set that, okay, there is some certain of time by which we can make it happen.
Okay, we are reaching slowly but surely the end of the session. Maybe just in a few words, how does your future in 5 or 10 years look like? What we've got today and what will the future of cockpit or ATM look like? Pavel.
Future is bright. Always. No, with AI, I see its big potential. If we are asking about the 5 years, so we saw the EASA roadmap, so it shows what is really feasible in 5 years. So as a first entry, what we see right now is probably some ground support for the airborne applications where we can employ some techniques for the flight optimization, predictive maintenance and such stuff. So this is probably the early phase, and then we can slowly transition to some simple low criticality functions in the cockpit and take it from there.
Eric?
If I look just a few years behind when we start WG, or when we start talking about first this AI project in 2018 and then the 2019, the working group start. I'm from the certification and airworthiness department in Collins. So it was very hard to have a broad view of all the products and research that were at least at the TRL level where the only risk was the certification aspect of them, right? And now, a few years later, we have been contacted by more than 30 projects within the company, within different SBU. So I assume that in the next 5 or 10 years, we will definitely see those projects, at least a part of them, within our craft or within the ATM realm. So I'm quite optimistic that at least a few of them would be there. So hopefully.
I will be retired, but my colleagues, I hope that my colleagues will see what I mentioned before, that some of the housekeeping tasks will be automated. And by saying that, we all have now more or less as a standard in our en route and also in the approach sector what we call midterm conflict detection or snitch machine. Not snitch machine, but some sort of it tells you, have a look here. Something is happening in about 10 minutes or maybe in 30 seconds you have to act. And I think the first version of what we call the controller resolution advisory tools will be working at least in shadow mode, if not already as some sort of a first example of human AI teaming, where the machine tells you not only where the conflict will be, but what could be your intervention strategy, and you as a controller can then say, I like that. I do that, or you can be most probably in the beginning still a bit stubborn and say, no, I know it better than the machine, so I will do my solution, okay? That's for the en route environment. For the tower environment, some of you have heard yesterday about remote tower or digitalized tower. I am an absolute believer that we will see from some of the digital tower work things which will help us to continue to work in normal operations even if we are in a low visibility procedure. by actually projecting a digital reality on some of the screens, be it at the tower, head-up displays. It doesn't need to be at the remote places, but I think these are the things we're going to see as well, where we then also can actually improve the performance for the whole overall system. And then, of course, the rest is our wishful thinking in the sense that we will get AI-generated assistant tools when it comes to decision-making with regard to weather, nowcasting, sensors in the air helping project, and also enhance safety by telling us, will that be an air miss or not? You know, so probability thinking, like we see in the hockey model where you have possession statistics, but then you have also predictability of success statistics, things like this, where we can work with some sort of calculator. 5 to 10 years.
Thank you, Mark, for this perspective. So in 5 to 10 years, I shall not be retired, I hope. But no, what we see coming definitely is, with the work done so far and with all the use cases from industry, level 1, so this assistance to human is becoming reality. So deep learning in particular, but not only, is bringing really an enormous potential for advanced solution of assistance, things that we will be able, I would say, to approve or certify in that time frame of 5 years, I'm pretty sure, because of a number, I would say, of mitigations that are brought by the nature of the assistance. So the human is in the loop, is master of the operations, and also the criticality of the system matters, but might be also limited in some of the applications. So we see that coming, we see that becoming tangible reality. After level 2 might take more time, maybe the 10 years that we are just talking about. And just thinking about your previous slide also, Pavel, what is called autonomy, today we have pushed the definition quite far away about machines that are capable even to set their own objectives or their context, their usage context, which is today totally science fiction, I would say. And this is on purpose to say we may have very advanced automation. We may even go for, in the drones or even in the VTOL market that we were discussing this morning, we may see the need for highly advanced automation, but whether we can talk about autonomy is really something that is not at hand today. And the limitations of technology are so massive that even what we consider now level 2B, meaning really this human-AI collaboration, where the machine takes the role of a virtual copilot or a virtual co-controller, it's not, I mean, the technology is not available yet today, and that will take time. So until I retire, probably a lot will have happened, but maybe autonomy might not be yet a reality. Let's see. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank you all for me at least, very interesting panel. Thank you, Pavel, Eric, Marc, Guillaume, and I hand the floor back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and all the panelists for this very, very interesting last panel. I would now like to take the opportunity. All good things must come to an end, and so does the EUROCAE Symposium 2023, our special 60th anniversary edition. And I would like to invite Bruno Herral as our outgoing president and Guillaume Roger as our, may I announce it? Our new president, elected just this morning. Congratulations again to that, to close the... And I would like to invite Bruno and Guillaume now to close the symposium.
Okay, so as Anna mentioned, from this morning, EUROCAE has a former president and a new president. Okay, so we will try to close the session together. Basically, what I hope is that you enjoyed these 2 days of symposium. That was quite a special occasion for this 16th anniversary. So this is done. This was in this very nice, very symbolic and quite fresh location here in the Musée de l'Air et de l'Espace. And we had this 8 sessions that were quite, I would say, enlightening and interesting, covering very different topics. So I hope that you were quite highlighted and educated and interested by these different topics. I will not go back in details on this. It's just to mention that, as usual, with the EUROCAE Symposium, is the panels that we have, the topics that we address during the symposium, they are not just for your entertainment and education, but it's also for the needs of EUROCAE. This will be taken into account, and the technical program managers of EUROCAE have very, very carefully noted what was said during these different sessions, and that will be certainly an input for the various strategic discussion and the further technical work program discussion that we will have, either in the Council or in the TAC, and that's something that is very useful for us, so thank you very much. Of course, we thank very much the experts who took part to this discussion, that volunteered for being part of these panels. Some of them, of course, they were, I would say, receiving awards yesterday. You remember that we had during the dinner, the gala dinner, we had this award session where some of our, I would say, award-winning experts were recognized, and again, congratulations to them, and we can even applaud them again. And some practicalities here. Just for those who may have missed some part of the sessions or would like to review some of them and see them again, this session has been recorded. The whole symposium would be put online, I guess, on YouTube, if I remember well, and that should be done shortly, hopefully. Another point which is very important is that, of course, your feedback on the symposium is very important for us. So we will also issue a survey, and you will be welcome to give your opinion and say what was okay, what was not okay. Bon, okay, in terms of temperature, we can have already some ideas, but maybe there are other topics that you would like to see improved. So that's open to you to make your comments, and that will be very useful for organizing the next symposium. I will not say too much about the next symposium. What else? Of course, at this stage, is there anything I've missed really? Yes, of course. What is important is that we will thank very much the Secretariat for organizing this. Thanks to Anna and to all the Secretariat staff who participated to that, both the TPMs, technical program managers, and the administrative staff. So thank you very much to EUROCAE staff again. So again, sorry, we will applause a bit. Thank you very much. And I think that now I'm done, so I will leave the floor to the new president, who has certainly some announcement to do.
So Bruno has made everything of the speech, but just to thank once again the members and the council for electing me. I'm very pleased and proud. We have lots of work to do. No doubt that today's session and yesterday's session will be useful for us to enlighten our action in the coming weeks and months. And just once again, thank you, Bruno, because for 3 years you have served well the EUROCAE, and you will continue, because in fact you are not going very far, so you will be still here with us. And just to give all of you, and much more, invitation for next year in Lucerne for the 2024 Symposium of EUROCAE. So I hope that we will meet all of us again in Switzerland next year. And I think that's the time to close the symposium. And yes, once again, thanks to all the sponsors, because nothing would have been possible without you members coming here and you visitors coming here, but also thanks to the sponsors. So just a quick recall: gold sponsor Safran and Thales LAS, silver sponsor Airbus, Endra and Kevin, bronze sponsor Collins, Frequentis, Honeywell and Skyguide, and our partner, the European Commission. So once again, thanks to all of them, and I will do as Bruno has done, applaud them, because without them, we wouldn't have eaten this noon, I remember that. We wouldn't have such a nice location and such a convenient place to be together. So thank you to all the sponsors. So I think now that we can close the symposium. So I wish you safe travel back and see you soon or next year for those coming to the symposium. Goodbye.